Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. All board members are present. We will now approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Fernandez, seconded by Clerk Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Oral communication on closed session items. The oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on closed session items only. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. There are no speakers. We will now adjourn to closed session in accordance with the following: Government Code Section 3549.1D and 54957.6, Collective Bargaining, Employee Negotiations, Agency Negotiators, Fagan, Friedman, and Fullfrost, LLP, and Adam Silva and McNally, LLP. Employee Organizations, Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Chula Vista Educators, Non-Represented Employees, and the Administrative Association of Chula Vista. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment Title Principal 2, Myrtle S. Finney. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment Title Principal 2, Juarez Lincoln. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment Title Senior Director of Leadership and Learning, two persons. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, Case number 2024010433. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, Case number 2024010733. And Education Code 35146, Consider Waiver of Student Expulsion Hearing and Stipulated Suspended Expulsion Agreement, Student number 832828. Educational Code Section 35146, Consider Waiver of Student Expulsion Hearing and Stipulated Suspended Expulsion Agreement, Student number 412626. And Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Superintendent. With all board members present. Closed session announcements will be made by Clerk Tamayo.
Thank you, Madam President. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment Title, Principal 2, Merrill Finney. On the motion by Member Tamayo, second by Member Dominguez Cervantes, the board approved the employment of Rachel Scott as Principal 2 of Finney School. By the following votes: ayes, Ugarte, Fernandez, Tamayo, Bishop, Dominguez Cervantes. Government Code, Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment Title, Senior Director of Leadership and Learning. On the motion by Member Fernandez, second by Member Tamayo, the board approved the employment of Jen Carpenter as the Senior Director of Leadership and Learning by the following vote: Bishop, ayes, Bishop, Ugarte, Fernandez, Tamayo, Dominguez Cervantes. Let's do this other one. Government Code, Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment Title, Senior Director of Leadership and Learning. On the motion by Member Bishop, second by Member Tamayo, the board approved the employment of Raquel Katz as the Senior Director of Leadership and Learning by the following votes: ayes, Ugarte, Bishop, Fernandez, Tamayo, Dominguez Cervantes. Government Code, Section 54957B1, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release. On the motion by Member Tamayo, second by Member Dominguez Cervantes, the board approved the resignation agreement concerning employee 2011-32-40-95 with the ayes, Ugarte, Bishop, Fernandez, Tamayo, Dominguez Cervantes. Education Code, Section 35146, consider waiver of student expulsion hearing and stipulated suspended exposure agreement of student number 412626. On the motion by Member Tamayo, second by Member Dominguez Cervantes, the board approved the settlement agreement by the following vote: ayes, Ugarte, Fernandez, Tamayo, Bishop, Dominguez Cervantes. Education Code, Section 35146, consider waiver of student expulsion hearing and stipulated suspended exposure agreement of student number 832828. On the motion by Member Dominguez Cervantes, second by Member Tamayo, the board approved the settlement agreement by the following vote: ayes, Ugarte, Fernandez, Tamayo, Bishop, Dominguez Cervantes. Government Code, Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, existing litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2024-010733. On the motion by Member Dominguez Cervantes, second by Member Fernandez, the board approved the settlement agreement by the following vote: ayes, Ugarte, Fernandez, Tamayo, Bishop, Dominguez Cervantes. Last one. Government Code, Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, existing litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2024-010433. On the motion by Member Tamayo, second by Member Bishop, the board approved the settlement agreement by the following vote: ayes, Ugarte, Fernandez, Tamayo, Bishop, Dominguez Cervantes. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you. The open session of the regular meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. All members are present, and I will lead the pledge today. Hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty We will now approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Clerk Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Bishop. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. As we begin the special recognition awards and honors, Mr. Romero, if you would like to introduce our new employees.
President Ugarte, Superintendent Dr. Reyes, our governing board, and our community. It's my pleasure today to introduce our newest principal to the Chula Vista Elementary School District. I'd like to call up Rachel Scott. Rachel. So Rachel has been with us a number of years. She's started off as a special education teacher. She's then was an associate principal at Salt Creek and has been an acting principal and now our newest principal of Finney. Congratulations, Rachel.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to start with a big thank you to our board, Dr. Reyes, and our executive cabinet. Thank you so much for this incredible opportunity. I am both honored and excited to serve the Finney community, who is, as our school song says, better than the best. Finney Bulldogs, I know some of you are listening in with your parents, and if you are, remember, I'll say it once and I'll say it again. I love you, we love you, and we are Finney because you are you. Thank you.
Congratulations. So I'd like to call up Raquel Katz. Raquel Katz is our newest cabinet member, senior director. Raquel, congratulations.
All right. Okay. Good evening, community and Board of Education. Dr. Reyes, thank you so much, Executive Cabinet. I just wanted to say, first of all, my heart is so full. Thank you so much for the opportunity to work and serve alongside our community, our students, and our staff. Chula Vista has such a wonderful, long-standing, history of excellence, and I look forward to contributing to its continued success. So thank you so much once again for the opportunity.
Congratulations, Raquel. Now that was our newest senior director. Now our newest senior director, Jen Carpenter. Jen.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, board members, Dr. Reyes, and Executive Cabinet. I couldn't be more thrilled than to be able to support and just do some great work in the community in which I live. I've lived here in Chula Vista for 10 years. I'm the proud parent of 2 Marshall Mustangs, and I feel like I'm coming home. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I look forward to meeting each and every one of you. Thank you.
Congratulations, Jen. Thank you.
All right. Recognition of the Chula Vista Safety Patrol Colonel, Ms. Jessica Morales.
Thank you, President Ugarte, Board of Trustees. So tonight we have a great recognition. The California Highway Patrol, CHP, advises the Safety Patrol Program for CVESD schools located in the unincorporated communities of San Diego, including Bonita and Otay Mesa. Every year, school districts submit a candidate for colonel. One candidate is promoted to the rank of colonel, and the others are promoted to the rank of major. This year, the panel promoted Sunnyside student Justine Valenzuela to the top rank of colonel. Justine, her parents, and Sunnyside Safety Patrol advisor will travel to Sacramento to tour the CHP Academy and the state capitol. Justine will meet local politicians and she will receive a proclamation. So on behalf of the Board of Education, the president, come on up, will acknowledge you, Justine, with a certificate of recognition. Congratulations.
get the agenda. Board comments.
Justine, this promotion is clearly an indication of your leadership. That's what it's called. Your leadership, that means you're a role model. That's big shoes to, that people behind you are going to have to try and copy. Okay. Thank you for being such a great example for your peers and for the rest of the students in your school, because you do represent that, oh, we better listen to kind of a person, right? And just congratulations, because I know you went through an interview process, and I want to thank you for sticking it out and not getting disappointed when us big adults don't listen when we're crossing the street. We're not paying attention, and we expect all the kids to, right? So, but thank you for hanging in there. Look forward to your next promotion. Mm-hmm.
I concur with what my colleague just said. You took the words out of my mouth in many ways, but we appreciate that you have stepped up into a leadership role at such a young age. And I know that you're not such a young person, but when you're at the elementary level and you can step into these roles of leadership, it's just incredibly impressive. And we are all impressed by you and very proud of the work that you do. Thank you so much for representing us well and leading beautifully.
No, it is amazing this achievement that you have accomplished. What I would ask from you is to mentor who's next. Help your other fellow students achieve that, right? Because what you achieve today was through hard work. And sometimes others are ready to step up, but they need some guidance. And at a young age that you have that possibility to be that mentor for others. So I will encourage you to be that mentor, help another student, fellow student, get to that kernel stage and serve the students, because obviously you have that service mentality. So I applaud you, I congratulate you, and looking forward to see what more you're going to achieve. Congratulations.
I agree. Congratulations on your promotion. You are an exemplar of responsibility in our community and for your school, and we look forward to your continued success. Thank you.
Wow. Everyone has had, talked about being a great example, and I think you're also a great reflection of your family, and I would ask that you continue to do that and be that great reflection of your family and the hard work that they've put into you, and continue to pay that forward, as Trustee Tamayo said. So congratulations on a job well done. I'm sure you worked really hard to get this promotion, and I know that in the future it will carry you as you go on into higher grade levels and lean on this platform that you have now to make sure that you get that you can do things if you put your mind to it. So congratulations. All right. Recognition of Diego Arias as the 2024 San Diego County Counselor of the Year. Ms. Casey.
Thank you, President Ugarte. It is my honor tonight to share that the Loma Verde School Counselor, Diego Arias, received the San Diego County Counselor of the Year Award from the San Diego County Office of Education, And I am not more proud, like, he's such an amazing person and as a light on that campus. But I would like to invite up Principal Bree Watson. Sorry, my speech tonight is not good. To share a few words about the incredible things that he's doing on your campus.
Hello, Chula Vista Elementary School District Board, Dr. Reyes, Cabinet, and guests. I am here today to share why our Loma Verde counselor, Mr. Diego Arias, was selected for the 2024 Elementary San Diego County Office School Counselor of the Year Award. As the principal of Loma Verde for the last 6 years, we've worked closely together, and I can confidently attest of his exceptional dedication, professionalism, and the impact on our community. Mr. Arias has been an integral part of our school's success, and throughout his 7 years at our school, Mr. Arias has demonstrated unwavering commitment to our students, our families, our staff, and fosters an environment of inclusivity, support, and academic excellence. One of his greatest strengths lies in his ability to establish and maintain excellent rapport with all of our stakeholders. His intentions with students and parents and teachers and the community are characterized by warmth, empathy, and genuine care. He is highly respected and admired for his kind, positive, and nurturing approach, which creates a sense of belonging and safety for everyone in our school. He is deeply passionate about promoting social, emotional learning and mental health awareness. He regularly teaches classroom lessons on social skills and emotional intelligence. He leads small groups and provides one-on-one support to students in need. He proactively provides intervention strategies and crisis intervention skills, and they've been instrumental in ensuring the well-being of our students. Furthermore, he is actively involved in professional development and community outreach. He's CPI trained, he presents to our staff on positive behavior intervention supports, and he teaches counseling classes at San Diego State University. His dedication to mentoring is evident in his supervision of our San Diego State interns, which he has 3 this year, and he provides them with invaluable guidance and practical experience. Under his leadership, we've achieved the prestigious California PBIS Platinum Award last year, and hopefully this year, we've already applied for that. And it's a testament of his exemplary leadership and commitment to fostering positive school climate. Dio constantly goes above and beyond of his duties and analyzes data to determine next steps, and he offers support wherever needed. So in conclusion, Mr. Diego Arias is an outstanding elementary school counselor who always shows excellence, compassion, and dedication. His contribution to our school community has been nothing short of remarkable. We at Loma are very proud of you for earning the San Diego County Elementary School Counselor of the Year Award. Thank you.
Board comments?
Just trying to put my head around the description of Mr. Arias. Like, wow, I don't think you sleep, do you, sir? Really, it's just amazing. And to know that you're able to translate that kindness and that compassion and that positivity to the children and the staff, well, it all interrelates, and you seem to have captured that quite well. And you're mentoring San Diego State students. Could you please let them know that we're hiring? I think, boss, right? Somewhere. The counselors, to learn from such an individual who's excels at it. Couldn't have a better mentor. Thank you for caring for our students. There are children. There are community's children, and that care has to be coming across for them to be able to receive what you give them. Thank you very much.
So when I shook your hand, I was in your presence for 5 seconds. And in that 5 seconds, just now, literally, it struck me that in this world, there are people that reflect the goodness of the world out of themselves and to other people and help people see the best in themselves. And in 5 seconds of holding your hand and shaking it and saying congratulations, I absolutely saw that you were one of those people, that you exude kindness and goodness and help our kids be the best versions of themselves. And that's so important, especially in times where kids are struggling the most and in spaces where there's a lot of challenges in their personal lives. We need people like you that are not only helping them experience the best versions of themselves, but also teaching others to spread that joy to others. So we just couldn't be prouder of having you work with our district and represent us to the world and help spread the goodness that you reflect in others to the world. Thank you so much.
As I reflect on the kind words that described you, I can't think about how many lives have you improved, right, and changed through the counseling work that you do every single day. You're not only touching hearts, but you're changing minds of these little students. And when you do that, maybe it's not today, maybe it's not in a week, but you see them from your constant work that they're progressing, that they're changing. And those students later down the years will always remember their name, that I'm here because Mr. Arias was a counselor for me and showed me the way on how I can improve, how can I change. And that is better than any recognition that I can give you or that this district can give you, is knowing that those children are better off from your work that you're doing every single day. Congratulations.
It's a tremendous honor. Our students are extremely lucky to have someone who is so passionate about the job they do. I watched you get emotional as the award was announced, and I know that you put all of your heart into the work that you do. And even better that you are mentoring future counselors for future generations. It's been a long year. I know you've seen a lot. I know you've put a lot of work into these students. Just want to remind you that we appreciate you and you need to take care of yourself too, okay? All right, thank you so much.
Mr. Arias, I too reflected on the words that were the kind words your principal was saying, and I thought to myself, what an amazing role model for our students. Thank you for creating this space, a safe space for them, and for the work that you do. You aren't assigned to one group of students, you're assigned to all of our students, and that it is a task in itself. So congratulations, and thank you for everything that you do. All right. Recognition of 2024 Excellence in Education Leadership Award, Ms. Rochelle Carroll.
Thank you, President Ugarte, trustees, and Dr. Reyes. I am so happy to be here tonight to be able to tell you a little bit about the 2024 Excellence in Education Leadership Award. The Blue Lapis Media Leadership Awards Summit is a celebration to spotlight individuals who have the power within them to affect change, to inspire others, and to leave a lasting legacy for generations to come. This year's summit celebrated the launch of Blue Lapis magazine. It paid tribute to 36 exceptional leaders who have dedicated their lives to making a positive difference, to shaping the future of our cities, our children, and those in need. Blue Lapis Media had its inaugural Southern California Leadership Awards Summit on May 20th, 2024. Our very own superintendent, Dr. Eduardo Reyes, was presented with the Leadership Award in recognition of his outstanding leadership in the Chula Vista Elementary School District and beyond. So at this time, on behalf of the Board of Education, the President will acknowledge Dr. Eduardo Reyes with a certificate of recognition.
Board comments?
Well, when you get the light shone on you, you'll have to shine and continue shining. So we expect that you will live up to the acknowledgments and the recognitions that are getting out to the community and to the public. It's a big responsibility, Dr. Reyes, and thank you for representing us.
This award is great good thinking to give to you. I like the fact that it says that you have the power within you to affect change, to inspire others, and leave a lasting legacy for generations to come. And that's what you do, Dr. Reyes. We appreciate the work that you do, not just in our district, but as they say, beyond. Thank you.
You know, Dr. Reyes, this is just one of many that you have received, but it goes to show not just the leadership that you have and that you are showing in the district, but also the great team and the quality of staff that this district has, right? Because one thing that we know is that it's not us, it's the team. And one of the things that I was very impressed when he was up there receiving the award, he acknowledged that, right? He mentioned the team. And several of the leaders that we have here, including today during the interviews, they mentioned the team. And that's critical because it's not just one person or a few people or the board, it's the entire team. That makes this district work. So kudos to that. Kudos to the entire staff for making us look good. That was a great event to participate in and really be out there and being out in the community and hearing from the community the positive things that they see, right? Because that perspective is also important. It's not just that internally we know that we're doing great things, but also that the community is recognizing those great things that are happening in the school district, and that takes leadership from you. So I applaud you and hope to continue being recognized by the community of the work that's happening in Chula Vista.
It's convenient timing that we're doing your evaluation today also, isn't it? All jokes aside, you know, the board does have a very candid and open and honest conversations when we talk about the evaluation of the superintendent. And one large area of strength is that you are very present in the community and you highlight all of the amazing things that our staff does. When we talk about the teamwork, you give recognition everywhere you go to the staff. And the community knows that we put forth a high quality product when it comes to instruction and education. So thank you.
Two things as we participated in the award ceremony struck me. The first one was that the awards, the Blue Lapis Foundation talked about bringing people together and diversity and focusing on what unifies us versus the things that are different about us. And so I really loved that message, and I thought it was an appropriate message to share with the people that were getting awards that night. And the second thing that struck me was Dr. Reyes, you brought your family, you brought your mom, and you brought your daughter. And when we walked in, everyone that saw you was running up to your mom and telling her what a wonderful person you are. And so that's always good to know that we can take you out in public. And so, no, but all kidding aside, it was the reason I think that you deserve the award and achieve the award is because of that role in your leadership where you talk about the team and where you don't just talk about it, but you do say, and anytime we have a question, let me consult with the team. Let me ask the team what their thoughts are about this situation or this concern or that idea. And it was reflected in your gratitude in your speech. And so I know that this is like Trustee Tamayo said, just one of many awards. And we will continue to challenge you by telling you you need to get more. And so I look forward to the future awards, and congratulations.
And I just want to say, well, first of all, thank you to the board, because it's your leadership and your support that makes all the work possible. Secondly is, I know we talked about the team, but basically any award that either I or we receive, it's an award for the district. So it's not I don't see it as a personal award or recognition. I see it as a recognition for the entire district for everything that is being done every single day, from the classroom to the office to the playground to our buses. Everywhere we go, great things are happening in this district. This is an amazing district with amazing people and beautiful children. So thank everyone who's part of this district.
Okay. Recognition of art contest winner, Miss Rochelle Carroll.
Thank you again, President Ugarte. I'm very excited to be able to be talking about a special art contest winner tonight. The San Diego County Air Pollution Control District hosted an art contest for kindergarten through grade 12 students in San Diego County. Students were encouraged to submit their original artwork representing the importance of clean air for all in their communities and ways we can all reduce air pollution. Liberty Elementary School 5th grade student Eden Keiko was one of the 13 winners selected to be featured on their website and calendar. Ms. Keiko's artwork will be featured for the month of May on their annual calendar. The district is recognizing Eden Keiko for her winning artwork, which was selected by the San Diego County Air Pollution Control District. Eden? Well, it doesn't look like maybe Eden is not here. All right, well, we will make sure that Eden knows that she was recognized tonight.
All right. Recognition of the 2024 Biliteracy Pathway Award and Biliteracy Champion Award. Miss Rochelle Carroll. Okay. I just thought you knew. I just thought you knew.
Again, back again. All right, thank you again. So the State Seal of Biliteracy is an award recognizing students who have studied and attained proficiency in 2 or more languages by high school graduation. And recently there have been additional pathway recognitions made available to students on the road to attaining this award. At the San Diego County Office of Education's 23rd Annual Leadership in Biliteracy Symposium on April 25th, 2024, the Chula Vista Elementary School District was recognized for establishing a process for students to earn the Biliteracy Pathway recognition. Superintendent Dr. Eduardo Reyes was awarded a certificate to recognize the district for establishing this invaluable biliteracy pathway acknowledgement for our students. The San Diego County Office of Education also honors biliteracy champions in local districts. District administrators have an opportunity to spotlight and honor the leaders in their school community who demonstrate excellence in promoting and fostering student multilingualism and biliteracy. This year, our very own Language Development Executive Director, Lelaine Perez, was selected because of her outstanding leadership in significantly enhancing biliteracy education in the district. Her advocacy ensures the integration of English learner goals within our local control and accountability plan, fostering systematic improvements. Additionally, her work has strengthened parent leadership and engagement in setting a high standard in educational leadership. So we are so proud of her, but we are also so very thankful for all the hard work that she does in Chula Vista. And so at this time, the board will get to recognize Dr. Reyes on behalf of the district and Ms. Lelaine Perez for her Champion Award.
Board comments?
Ms. Lani, I happen to know a few dual immersion teachers, and they do tell me what wonderful training and support you provide them. Thank you for doing that. The DI program is just amazing, and you see, parents always trying to get their children now that it's, been such a success to getting them into dual immersion classes that we might have around. And that leadership that you provide and the support that you give to our DI teachers just goes with much gratitude. Thank you very much.
Teaching children in one language isn't easy. Teaching children in two languages is all that much harder. And I'm so proud of our district. And Lonnie, thank you so much for the work that you and your team do. I was really proud to be at that awards ceremony and see how you were honored. And I love the fact that every time we talk, we don't just talk about what we're doing today. We're talking about the ways that we can expand the program and get even more kids into biliteracy. I'm very, on behalf of the district, we're honored to get that award, but we are so proud of the work that you do, and thank you so much for the hard work of yourself and your entire team.
Likewise, congratulations on achieving this. Your team has worked hard for many years to get here, and also I want to highlight your involvement of getting more community and parents involved. That work is hard, probably harder than trying to teach the kids. But I applaud everything that you're doing so far, and I've seen the improvement, and the results are here, right? They're recognizing the work that you and your team are doing, and the benefits and the winners of all this are our students. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you for all your hard work. This has been years in the making of growing biliteracy throughout the district, and there's a lot of families that are very grateful that we have put this in place and grown it. They appreciate the value of being fluent in more than one language, and you've been a huge part of rolling that out. And as Trustee Tamayo said, it's also the community events like El Convivio that I went to, providing an opportunity for families to come on campus and get resources for dual language. And so it's those kind of community events that bring more parents into our district. So really appreciate your hard work, and this award is a testament to that. Thank you so much, Ms. Perez. Thank you.
I still remember my first meeting with you in which you took the time to explain. You were so patient, you were so supportive in helping me understand a program that I had never been familiar with, and that had to do with language. I've seen you in this position grow and flourish the last few years. The things that you've expanded with our language programs during the school day and after school, including, I want to get this right, the Filipino language and cultural after school programs, in which our students have access to Filipino language courses. That is amazing. I see you out in the community. I see you out at our CABE conferences, and you do an amazing job, and I hope that you continue with us and do an amazing job and continue yourself to win more awards, because you really have taken this role that you have and you've expanded it and you've impacted our students in a big way, and that's what we're here to do, right? We're here to impact our students. So congratulations and thank you for everything that you do. Our student who was not here, if you would like to take a moment, and board have any comments on our art, our beautiful artwork that's here? Oh, no, it's not. There's someone else? Oh, it's someone else? Okay, so I don't know if we have that in.
I'd be happy to share about this
Thank
art
you.
piece. It's pretty spectacular. So this art piece was actually created by our Chula Vista students during their summer session, or actually their spring session for LEAD camps. So you may remember that we had a contract with a Reason to Survive arts camp, and through that camp, they travel to this facility and they co-create this mosaic sculpture throughout the week, resulting in this beautiful piece of art that is then donated to our district. And what we're really looking forward to is they're going to go again this summer. So hopefully after a few years, we're going to have these dotted all around our district to represent not only our amazing LEAD program, but the artistic talent of our children. Because when they come together and create together, this is what you get, something beautiful that will have a lasting place in our district. So we look forward to finding it a home. Probably not here, but someplace really great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Communication to the Board of Education. Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Miss Angela Reed.
Thank you very much. So this week of May is one of my favorite weeks of the year. A week where the frontline workers, the essential personnel, get recognized for the hard work they do every day. In other words, our time to shine. Classified School Employee Week is a time to emphasize the vital work that our classified employees do across the largest elementary school district in the state. We are the first in and the last out, providing essential services for all of our district sites, personnel, and most importantly, our students and their families. I recently came across a tale about President John F. Kennedy's visit to NASA in 1962. As it is told, the president shook hands and met many of the men and women working to achieve the national goal of landing on the moon. And one of those people was the janitor. When the president asked him what he was doing, he answered, "I'm helping put a man on the moon." The man sweeping the floor's focus was on the overall organizational goal rather than the minutia of his assignments. That focus enabled others to work on other aspects of the mission. Just like the janitor at NASA, the contributions of our classified school employees are integral to the mission of educating students, helping each and every student thrive and understand that they are an individual of great worth. By taking care of the many needs of the district, we enable the organization to focus on and accomplish this mission. Just a few of the hundreds of jobs performed by classified staff are in transportation. Drivers, dispatchers, mechanics, and bus attendants get children to and from school day in, day out, rain or shine. In facilities, custodians clean classrooms, pick up litter and empty trash. Groundskeepers maintain green spaces for students and fields for them to play on. Trades maintain building upkeep, ensuring that all students learn in a clean, welcoming environment. In office and administration, school secretaries register students, interact and coordinate parent volunteers, and acts as the principal's right hand. Attendant health specialists ensure the district's main source of income, daily attendance, is accurately accounted for. And LVNs provide health support to students with exceptional needs. These essential employees are some of the first faces that students see and are the gatekeepers to our schools. In the cafeteria and on the playground, our noon duty supervisors allow all schools to support breakfast and lunch for everyone. They keep the students safe during meal times and on the playground. Child nutrition services feed our bright, shining stars breakfast and lunch, providing one of the essential needs of food, shelter, and clothing. In the classroom, student attendants and instructional assistants provide small group and individual instruction, as well as support individual student needs. For physical and speech therapy, our occupational therapists and their assistants, as well as our speech and language pathology assistants, provide late bloomers the essential support to grow and thrive. In emotional and behavior support, our registered behavior technicians, autism and behavior support assistants, and instructional behavior specialists specialize in challenging behavior support needs, an occupation that continues to be in high demand. For technology, IT staff provide and maintain the tools and resources that enable staff collaboration, administrative functions, evaluation of student achievement, that online testing we all love, and even the ability to run school board meetings. Our central office could not function without the clerical, payroll, budget, and accounting support of the many classified staff working in this building. Tonight, I again ask us all to reflect on the valuable contributions provided by our classified employees and how their assistance sets the groundwork for student achievement. There is not a single role in a single school that does not matter. My future hope is that each and every one of us responds to the question of what one does by saying, I am helping to educate students. Thank you.
Thank you. Chula Vista educators, Ms. Rosie Martinez.
Good evening. It's hard to believe that this is the last meeting for the school year. It's very exciting to be here during all these recognitions. Congratulations to all who were honored tonight and throughout the year. It has been a difficult year, but we have much to celebrate. Something we can all celebrate is the state board approving 3 more of our Chula Vista schools becoming community schools. Congratulations to Rice, Loma Verde, and Los Altos for taking on this journey to provide better supports and services to their students and communities. I also want to acknowledge Roar. They had an impeccable application process, and although their approval is still pending, the district steering committee is committed to supporting them in their work to support their school community. Congratulations also to Harborside and Palomar, who are completing their first year as a community school. The impact that they have had in the short time is impressive. There is still much work to be done to have all the pieces in place, but we are confident that working with our second cohort of schools will help all sites grow together in this process. This past Saturday was National Day of Speech and Language Pathologists. I wanted to recognize the important contributions that they provide to our school sites in supporting teachers and students. I also want to acknowledge the hard work that all departments in the district put into creating the LCAP. I know that it takes a lot of time and reflection to create it. Thank you, Jessica, for taking the time to go over it with me with great detail to ensure that CVE understands the plan so that we can support the efforts. It is important for all education partners to understand how this district prioritizes its budget and the actions that are planned to support the students and staff. As we celebrate the successes, we also reflect on the areas in which we can improve moving forward to ensure that Chula Vista Elementary School District is the best place to be. One area in which we know that we can improve is the way that we hire and rehire temporary teachers. Ed Code outlines ways in which they need to be converted into probationary status based on the type of funding with which they are hired. CVE is committed to working with human resources to ensure that we're providing them the lawful path towards probationary and permanent status. Another challenge that we face is student behaviors. This is not a new challenge, but certainly a growing and consuming one. Part of the concern is the lack of clarity in the process of how to address them. I want to thank Jason and Sharon for following up on the issues that I have brought to them around this area. CVE opened up safety article again to continue negotiations around this topic, recognizing that we still have much work to do to ensure that all students and staff have a safe and welcoming environment at all school sites. I want to thank Giovanna and her team for showcasing our district as the amazing place that it is. And of course, I cannot close out the year without thanking Rochelle for all that she does. I appreciate you so much as my thought partner and for putting up with me and all my passions. Thank you, trustees, for listening to our concerns and making difficult decisions in the best interest of everyone in the district. CVE looks forward to continuing our collaboration with the district leadership to continue our good work, as well as working towards solutions and implementations in ways to ensure that all students, staffs, and families have the best experience here in CVESD. I wish everyone a restful but fun summer break. Thank you.
Thank you. Administrators Association of Chula Vista, Ms. Teresa Corona.
Good evening, President Ugarte, members of the board, and Dr. Reyes. As we transition from one school year to the next, the importance of clarity remains paramount for AACV. Clarity, as I mentioned in the past, is essential in the roles our members fulfill as school leaders and in the work we do for our school communities. This past week, AACV was represented at the table at our 24-25 academic planning meeting led by Assistant Superintendent Rochelle Carroll. This meeting included great discussions and input on the district's instructional focus, assessment plan, professional development initiatives for next year, and including AACV in these discussions is the beginning of providing that clarity that our members need to effectively implement these initiatives at their schools in the coming school year. AACV also participated in a meeting with Assistant Superintendent of Student Services, Sharon Casey, and the Pupil Services team. The focus was on gaining clarity regarding student special education rostering, transportation, and we discussed principal professional development in key aspects of special education. We continue to seek clarity in bargaining agreements with the various units principals interact with, ensuring our members understand and can operate in accordance with these agreements. Additionally, we seek clarity in district procedures, protocols related to operational leadership and safety. We are optimistic about concluding negotiations soon for our very first collective bargaining agreement, which will provide further clarity for our members. AACV remains dedicated to working in professional partnership with the district to achieve the clarity we need as leaders. This clarity enables us to offer our best to our school communities and to drive our schools forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Oral communications. The oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on non-agenda items. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. We have 13 speakers. I think, yeah, it's 39 minutes, I think will be. Okay, I'm going to call you up in threes so that you know that your turn is coming up. The first three, Laura Laura Douglas, Mary Davis, and Noemi South.
Is it okay if I go first? Do we have to go in order, or?
If you're both there, it's fine.
Okay, great. Mary Davis here. Good night. Here to talk about my grave concerns about growing public health issue of secondhand sexualization of children. This is similar to the history of secondhand smoke. Smoking was initially accepted as a social norm, but there was growing awareness and research that later showed the long-term harms. Similarly, secondhand premature sexualization of children is having deleterious effects on our kids. There are growing incidents of both student-on-student and teacher-on-student sexual assaults, and yet these numbers are actually hard to come by. I recently reached out to the San Diego County Office of Education to inquire about a centralized dashboard to track sexual assaults on students, and I was told there is no such tracking mechanism. I would like to see that change. I was also recently at a Santee school board, and it seems the age of these victims are getting younger and younger. There was a father there who actually brought to light a sexual assault that occurred in the classroom. A victim was a kindergartner. The suspect was another kindergartner. It was pretty shocking. That is why it's even more imperative to protect and shield children, despite a culture, media, and sadly, a state education code and curriculum that seem intent on exposing children to concepts and graphic details far earlier than has historically been done. One such example occurred at an event in East County. This was at Parkway Bowl, where an organization put on an event. A drag queen offered children links of raffle tickets, but getting the raffle tickets was predicated on the kid wrapping around and measuring the bust of his bust, or measuring the child's inseam, involving touching and contact. To be very clear, and despite narrative hijacking by certain people, this is not an anti-gay, an anti-LGBT, an anti-anything issue. I am as equally opposed were this the Hooter Girls or the Thunder Down Under beefcakes trying to do this. But I will admit I have never seen those latter two groups trying to get into libraries to read to children. Lastly, today being Harvey Milk Day, I want to again point out that schools, particularly elementary school districts, should have no part in celebrating or uplifting role model whose personal conduct was predatory against minors. Again, not a gay versus straight thing. I would hold any figure to that standard regardless of orientation, but I emphatically stipulate that a school board cannot celebrate and honor a person whose behavior would be qualifying for mandated reporting or criminal arrest of one of your own teachers or staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Douglas.
Hi, I'm Laura Douglas. Our single daughter went to Halecrest, Hilltop Middle, Hilltop Senior. She participated in the academic decathlon, and they won it for the whole of the county from Chula Vista. I'm very proud of her. But going to UC Riverside, she fell pregnant and started a family very early. That's all good, except that when her second oldest boy was about 14, their marriage crumbled, and resulting in fights, affairs, drugs, police, arrests, CPS, job losses, and evictions. Mom moved away to recover and to regroup, but the damage was done. So our beautiful boy that I sent you pictures of started having trouble. He started missing school. He had been an A student involved in music and arts and everything, sports, and he loved that. But when his mother left, he felt despondent and went into very deep, deep depression. He and his sister both got suicidal. It was terrible, and we tried to help them, but we couldn't. There was nothing that we could do. It was COVID. You couldn't find a counselor for love nor money. But they found respite online. They escaped to their screens and their phones, and they found a very willing family or community in the LGBT community. The trouble was, before he could get any of that psychological help, he disappeared. We haven't seen him in 2 years. He left. He had welcome hands to take him in, to teach him, and to do things to help him. But he abandoned his help. He abandoned going to doctors. And we know that now that he's taken the hormones. Now, we don't know if he's going to go forward with the surgery. We have no idea. We haven't seen him in 2 years. Parents, teachers, school board members, this is a very sensitive issue that involves the whole family. I know, I've done my research since then. The statistics show that hormones can stunt growth, cause physical deformities, increase risk of cardiovascular disease, osteoporosis, infertility, and cancer. And that's based on the Dutch protocol, puberty blockers, hormones, ultimately surgery. We have no idea. It's not right for teachers and people to influence kids in a way that they find an escape route ahead of getting the psychological care that they need. The families need support. This has been devastating to us, and it has been for our whole family. It's not just a single issue with one kid. This happened also with his sister.
Thank you.
I pray for your help to leave those issues at home. Let the family deal with them. Help the family, support the family. It's not just about the child. It's about their whole environment. Thank you.
Good evening. Hi. Good evening. I'm here tonight to express great concerns about things that have happened to my son at the district. He's a kindergartner and he's at Camarena. Previously, when he became ill at school, he was assumed to be contagious. And without my consent, a mask was put on him for something that turned out non-contagious and non-airborne transmittable at all. This was alarming, given that you do not know my son's health history, or this might put him at risk for lowered oxygen levels. Secondly, he continues to be bullied by some student at school, putting his physical safety at risk. He was physically assaulted, not once, but twice. And when I complained to the principal, I was told that it is being handled without proof that it is. No student should have to go to school every day in fear for their personal safety, yet this is at my son's school his daily reality at the district. I'm bringing these issues to you tonight because I will be following through with filing formal UCP complaints on both issues. He actually had a stomach bug. He did not have cholera or anything like that. I've seen your tweets, Kate. So this is what happens when you do not include all children. When you only include some and not include others that may even look like you, but you exclude them. You do not include them, and you talk about inclusion so much, but you do not include them. So anyway, Kate, honestly, you're anti-Christian. You went to speak against Martha at the city of Chula Vista because of her religious beliefs. That's discrimination. I believe that you're anti-family, you're not pro-family, and I really do hope that your seat is taken because you do not represent me or my family. So anyway, I just wanted to, say that we have to include all children. You guys speak about that constantly, and I don't see my family represented. I mean, maybe, some values and things like that, but not, you can look at me like that all you want, but I know that you truly don't include everybody. You don't. You speak about inclusivity. When do you include all children? Christian children? Do you include them? No, you don't. You only believe in your like LGBT stuff and probably bring loads of people like you've done before. And I know you probably brought them too. So yeah, I just want to speak on that.
Thank you. The next three speakers, Mo Soyosa, Courtney Sewell, and Mary Doyle. Mo Soyosa. Sewell. Oh, Sewell. Is Mo here? Okay. Courtney Sewell. Let's cross that one out.
Hello, I am a concerned parent of a child in this district. There have been many instances in California across the nation of children transitioning to another gender at school, and the school intentionally keeping it a secret from the parents. This has resulted in some devastating circumstances for these families. This type of secrecy from parents is automatically assuming the parent is the enemy. There have been many school districts in California that have refused to keep secrets from parents about their child. Unfortunately, this district is not one of those that feels that parents have the right to know what's going on with their child at school. Lakeside School District just passed a Parents' Bill of Rights this month to ensure that secrets are not kept from parents. Kate Bishop was there at that meeting to speak against the Parents' Bill of Rights. At this school district in the April school board meeting, this topic was discussed. Kate Bishop was very concerned that the System Power schools would not keep secrets from parents if a child wanted to change their gender at school. And Sharon Casey assured her that, and I quote, "So in our system, when a student self-identifies as a different name, there's a code that is put on that file so that parents don't have access. And so it's coded a separate way for us in our system." Kate's response, and I quote, "Oh, okay, so we have created our own workaround for that issue." Casey replies, "Yes, we have." You can all pull up the recording of the April meeting and listen to these words for yourself. Kate Bishop claimed that it's California law, but it's not. It's a recommendation. It has been ruled in federal court in the Escondido case that is, quote, trifecta of harm causing harm to teachers, students, and parents to keep secrets from parents about their children. Attorney General of California, Rob Bonta, admitted in court recently those are non-enforceable guidelines. The school boards are not required to follow his school secrecy policy. And I just want to add that Kate Bishop's seat is up for re-election this year, and it is time to get someone different in her seat that believes keeping secrets from parents about their children is wrong, and someone that will not treat parents as the enemy.
Thank you. Mary Doyle. Doyle.
Oh, good evening, President Ugarte and the board and the staff and the community. I'm here on a different topic, but I am a member of the LGBTQ plus community, so it's always interesting to hear everyone's opinions. But I'll get my glasses on. My name's Mary Doyle. I'm a community member, a former teacher, former school board member, and I'm here to thank you. I'm thanking you for approving the Resolution P last month for a call to action regarding the pollution and environmental crisis along the Tijuana River. I visited 7 school districts starting in January and asked for a resolution, a proclamation, or some other action around this catastrophic environmental crisis a few miles away, and the air is drifting right over us anyway. In time for the April and Earth Day celebrations, and all 7 districts stepped up, from resolutions to proclamations to letter writing campaigns. South Bay Union, Sweetwater, San Diego City Schools, Chula Vista, National City, San Isidro, and Coronado all raised their voices. Thank you. I was not able to attend your meeting last month as I was up the street at National City where students presented and read their proclamation. But when I watched your discussion of the agenda item on YouTube, I was so thrilled it gave me chills. The bulletin board behind you, the curriculum your staff prepared, your guest, Mr. Brett Davis, a CVE alumni discussing the short documentary, The Big Dump, and he shared even more data. Add to that your writing contest and each of you, individual board members, reading a part of the proclamation and making comments that personalized this catastrophe. I'm so sorry I've missed it. But now, being a former teacher and a product of public schools, I have a thank you note for each of you and a sticker. I'm proud of all of us. When I asked what can a regular citizen do, I was told write a letter. And we have, and much more. Thank you very much, and let's keep this up. And I'm under 3 minutes, gives you more time. Here's your little
Thank
letter.
you. Thank you. The next three, Noel Cravens, Scott Lowry, and Rosemary Lowry. Okay. He's not going to go up.
All right. My name is Noelle Cravens. I'm a parent from Fahari Jeffers. I'm here to advocate for parents that are afraid to speak due to fear of retaliation towards their child, and to advocate for those students that can't advocate for themselves. Issues at our school. Our TK to first grade special day class, or SDC, started with about 16 students this year. Now they are down to 9, and at least 3 to 4 students are requesting to transfer out for the next school year. SDC students were not included in field trips, milestone projects, and was also not told of kinder promotion portraits until the day before. Almost every student in SDC started having behavior issues that they have never had before. SDC student reported injuries, multiple bite injuries, sunburn to the face from letting the students stay outside most of the day, self-harming behaviors like throwing themselves to the floor, head banging on the ground or other hard surfaces that were witnessed but not immediately stopped by a teacher and aide. And these incidents have caused injuries and bruising. General education students with IEPs also experienced the following: unusual bruising on a student's arm, unnecessary roughness by a teacher that was witnessed by school staff, and due to the trauma, the child started experiencing anxiety and breakthrough seizures. Head injury that was not reported to the parents, which was eventually diagnosed with a concussion. A kindergartner left in a classroom sleeping on the floor, unsupervised, while the rest of the class was in the playground. And this incident was also not reported to the parents. Another issue is bullying. There have been multiple reports of bullying ranging from kindergartners to 6th grade. I'm going to give you an example of a student that received messages. The messages were, "Go die. Why were you even born? Jesus made a mistake to bring you into this world." These parents were told that since it happened off campus during a weekend, there's nothing that the school can do. According to the district policy on bullying, all bullying incidents should be reported and investigated. Is that correct? There was another issue. There was a post on Fahari Jeffers' resource page that included pictures that caused a lot of concerns to parents. According to the post, the district received an anonymous tip that a staff member was breeding tarantulas on campus. The district investigated and concluded that tarantulas were used for show and tell. And we have a close-knit community, and parents talk to each other. None of the parents can confirm the show and tell even happened. Last but not the least, copy paper. Our school opened in July 2022. The first year it opened, the school had to have a paper drive because the school didn't have paper. I was able to address this issue with Dr. Reyes during a school event in August 2023. He said he was going to speak to our principal, but the lack of copy paper continued and still continues.
Thank you. Rosemary Lowry.
Madam President.
Hello, Board of Education and Dr. Reyes. I am Rosemary Lowry, a parent of Fahari Jeffers Elementary School. I am also a parent of a preschooler at Harborside Elementary. I wanted to thank the board, Dr. Reyes, but especially Trustee Dominguez Cervantes for your advocacy on the safety of Harborside Elementary. Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, month after month, you advocate for this issue, ensuring that the topic does not fade away prior to a solution being implemented, ensuring accountability for our most vulnerable students. You have requested that our district have meetings with other agencies and city council members. Your discussion of this topic with your colleagues at the board meetings has brought greater awareness and solutions to this topic and has had a positive change. In my experience with the preschool program at Harborside, the students are flourishing with such creative teachers and staff. My child's teacher and her staff make learning engaging, so much so that my child comes home each day asking for me to provide her homework. Please continue to ensure that Harborside gets the attention and resources it needs to thrive. Every staff member I've encountered there deserves recognition. I also wanted to thank Trustee Dominguez Cervantes for attending the district safety meeting and the most recent district special education parent committee meeting. Your contributions to the topics are valuable, and I encourage all members of the board to attend a future special education committee meeting or other parent meeting, as you may gain valuable insights to the school experience that you might not have had otherwise. As a school district, the teachers and staff are one side of a picture and the parents are the other. Together, we paint a portrait of the experience that our children have in your schools so that we can help them achieve the best educational outcomes. Without each other, it isn't a complete picture, and the child will and have suffered for it. Parents must be allowed input in a meaningful way and be allowed meaningful participation in their child's education. It will lead to better test scores, less absenteeism, and a happier community. In addition, if a school has a successful program, please consider implementing it district-wide. Take, for instance, Liberty Read at Liberty Elementary. This program where once a month a family member could come read to their child on campus. I imagine how much those children must love reading and look forward to this day each month. This program should be considered a best practice and be implemented district-wide. Another initiative at some of our district schools, but not yet implemented across the district, is a placement input form where parents can give their input to how their child best thrives and learns, so that the next year classroom placement is best suited for that child. I imagine at those schools, teachers may feel better prepared for their future students, and parents feel like a true partner in the children's education. The school will also be better prepared for any possible resources needed for the upcoming year. These examples are just a few of many. Please see where you're succeeding, and if you don't know, ask. Ask your teachers, ask your students, ask your parents. We are 4 years out now from when the pandemic first started, and children are still struggling greatly. There are no more baby steps. We're expecting big leaps now. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Ugarte, on the previous questions, is it appropriate to ask that someone speak with them afterwards or at a certain point?
Dr. Reyes wrote.
Thank
down.
you. Thank you.
The next four, because they're the last four in this area of the agenda: Tanya Williams, Jeff Kopishke, Stephanie De Los Cobos, and Daniel Valle, or I can't read the end of it. Jeff.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Williams. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am running for Chula Vista Elementary School Board, seat 4. A little bit about myself. I am a elementary school principal / teacher. I'm a small business owner. I graduated from Point Loma Nazarene University in social work and child development. I have over 30 years experience in education, decades of community service and leadership. Chula Vista has been my home for over 20 years. I'm married for 34 years, a mom of 4, and a grandmother of 8 wonderful children. They're the best. I'm a veteran of the U.S. Navy. Through my experience in the military, I know and understand the importance of coming together despite all of our differences and meeting the goals of the mission. Our mission here is the success of all children. I am running for Chula Vista School Board because of the decline in our education, in our academics, our basics, readings, and math. I am concerned about the future of the generations to come. Chula Vista has 50 schools, and I think we got another one that's adding. We have over 29,000 K through 6th grade students. According to the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, almost 50% of the K through 6 Chula Vista students are below reading standards. Close to 60% are failing in math. Our elementary grade students are failing in reading and math and therefore are not prepared for high school or college. The decline in test scores is a consequence of the decline in genuine education. I will ensure that Chula Vista Elementary School focus on reading, writing, math so that our students are prepared for high school, college, and a successful career. I will fight to bring back a common sense approach to education. Good sense, sound judgment in practical matters. The lack of parental support is a critical issue in our education system. Keeping secrets about children from parents isn't inclusive, it's exclusive. Parents are entitled to know everything that's going on with their children. Teachers are the connection between students, parents, and school board. Providing classroom supports for our teachers
Ms.
is
Williams,
critical.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
My name is Jeff Kapishki. Good evening, Board of Education. I'm here today for the future of our kids. They may be gone tomorrow, who knows? It sickens me nowadays that kids have more rights than parents when it comes to being in school itself. Kids are our future and they are failing in basic subjects such as math, spelling, and reading. When I grew up, you know, we had to take our books, everything. Nowadays, it's a little bit different. The value of saving our children from generation to generation. I mean, what right is right and what wrong is wrong. I am for doing the right thing the first time and teaching our children the true values with the basic education goals. Whether it's to change the name because it offends a person or removing a statue because years ago they did something wrong. I mean, we were all sinners. Even flying a flag, it doesn't teach our kids the basics of education. The last meeting, you know, Kate Bishop, you were more worried about talking about the transgender and flying the flag, and you weren't very little timing on as far as our children. Our children deserve better than this. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Stephanie de los Cobos. Stephanie de los Cobos. Okay. Okay. And Daniel? I can't read the last name.
Hi, Board. My son attends for Hardy Jeffers. He's a special education student. We spoke to several of you here over the last few years. We struggle to try to get his help. He has some medical issues and some behavioral issues that we've been trying to work together. And the school district has made a distinction between the behavioral and the health. We finally got it put together. And he's thriving right now. He's learning how to read now. He's doing math. He's excelling. But unfortunately, a lot of the help that we were getting, or that we're getting now, has been threatened. That it will be taken away from us. He has a one-on-one aide that is trained especially for behavioral issues to try to get him, keep him focused while he's in class and how to do his work. And they want to replace her with somebody that is not trained on behavioral issues or how to redirect them. Also, he has diabetes. He has diabetes type 1, so he needs to get insulin before every meal and needs a nurse to monitor his blood sugar so that it stays within range because unfortunately when he gets high, it causes some behavioral issues too. So it's a balance that we need to keep. And we finally got it all together, and now there's been talks that they will replace the nurse that he has, a one-on-one nurse, with the school nurse, which when there's several hundred students, the nurse has to give him the insulin before lunch or before his snacks, and he needs to make sure that that insulin that was given, that he takes the food that he needs to eat, so that the blood sugar won't drop. But that's beside the point. That they've been trying, they will take that away, and the aid that, I mean, he's finally learning how to read. He comes home, we're reading together. He's behind. He's way behind. I spoke to his teacher. The teacher said he's not where he needs to be. He'll be promoted, but there's some improvement, so we're going to promote him. We have asked for ESY, and unfortunately, Miss Jeters at the school for Hardy said that he didn't qualify because he has improved. We have requested that he attend ESY, and unfortunately, we're told not to. We've been talking to the principal, we're talking to the school, and they keep saying that, yeah, there's help, or we're gathering information. I mean, it's sad that finally we see a little guy start to progress, and now they want to take all these things away. So if I want to reach out to you guys and see if you can help us, not just my kid, but everyone on the special education, and I think that we need to pay more attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, can we have the superintendent follow up on this?
Mm-hmm. He's got it. Oral presentation and written reports. The district safety health update. Mr. Romero.
Good evening, President Ugarte, Superintendent Dr. Reyes, our governing board, and our community. It's my pleasure today to continue our monthly safety update for the Chula Vista Elementary School District's mission in keeping our schools the safest in the state of California. So at our district safety meeting, one of the things that was a priority that the schools were interested is look at our active policy as it relates to our school cameras and how they're being used. So we are going to be having conversations with our labor groups to make sure that we have consensus on the camera usage and what they're going to be used for. We also had some questions about what are the plans for our remaining schools' camera rollout. So I know with the cost of everything that our recommendations, are going to come to the board. But one of the things our schools that don't have cameras are going to be that are asking for is when are we going to get those cameras? So we're still looking at that, and we'll be bringing recommendations to the board to advise us on when we'd like to proceed with that. The next thing was our EJICS staff training. So one of the things that we are looking at is we met with the Chula Vista PD. So myself, Giovanna Martinez, Med Wiggins, and Jenny Vignac were at the police department. We met with the lieutenants and some of their IT department to prioritize how our system is to be rolled out with them. So there's two major parts to the EJIC software. The one is how we handle the information that's we gather and send. The other is how it is received by our police departments. So there's a process where there's geo mapping that takes place, and then a system called Rapid SOS. So Rapid SOS is, okay, there's an emergency that happens at our school sites. We push that emergency, dispatch gets that instantly, right? So we bypass the calling of 911, and they're able to respond quickly. So we're working with our IT department because that's one part of it. We're ready to roll out with the Rapid SOS. The second part of it is the geo mapping that takes place with an incident that happens at a school site, and we can identify exactly where that is going. That's going to take a little bit more time. They want to do a little bit more investigation to ensure that their system is able to handle the bandwidth that might be happening. But we're excited to see that they saw value in it, and we're looking at doing as soon as the school is done a training with all of our SROs, a full day training where they're actually on the app using it in real time and getting a response for them. So We're also planning and training for our staff, all of our staff, in July when we return for the school year. Super happy to say that one of the things that we are addressing, and this is new information, so many of the board in our community is going to be hearing about this in real time right now, is a product called LineWise School Manager Content Aware Module Image Blurring. Yes, that is the full title of what this program is. So we all know that some of our digital natives, as we are still learning how to navigate through social media and other information, our kids that grew up with devices in their hands sometimes are often better than their parents and teachers that are in the classrooms. I share that with you because we have policies and procedures in place to ensure that there is safety measures with our internet usage, but yet there are some programs and some people out there that create pathways for students to access images that are inappropriate. LineWise School Manager Content Aware Module Image Blurring is AI software that takes those images, and even though we may not have the protection for that website, because these websites pop up really quick, the imaging blurring will blur out those images so the students won't be able to see inappropriate images. So images such as anything that has sexual content, weapons, things, it will blur out those images so they're not able to see those images we don't like them to review. So we're super excited about this. It's being put into our software and our computers, and it's going to be launching in the fall of 2024. All right, thank you. Any questions?
Yes, I have a couple here. It says it'll blur out the images. Can they still hear it?
Mr. Romero?
Yes, so I'm going to actually have to refer to our IT specialist, Jacob Angelo. Jacob?
Currently, it only blurs images, so there would not be sound associated with that, what was being blurred. But in the fall, they're going to introduce the video blurring content, and I'm told that that will also impact sound.
Okay. And I know that we've had some, well, because like you said, our students, they're born with gadgets, and I've brought this up to the board before in a couple of months ago. I had a teacher, a substitute teacher at one of the schools who's walking around, she doesn't know what all the students yet, but when she goes to one of the students who has his laptop up, the kids are just so creative and so smart. They got around the firewalls and were watching inappropriate things, right? And it was stopped at that moment, but the fact that they could get around the firewalls, so I understand the blurring part of it, but isn't there something that instead we do the opposite? There shouldn't be, because there will always be somebody inventing another website and another, and you can't get around it. It happens that way. But isn't the reverse more logical, where you're only allowing certain websites that the kids can use? And I'm sure there can be more discussion about it, but the teachers, even now I understand the teachers can't even get into YouTube themselves. The kids can, teachers can't.
Yeah, I think you actually nailed and probably answered your own question. It's the workarounds. So we are blocking websites. We are providing access to only certain websites, but the creativity of these kids and of people who want them to access information is beyond our ability to address it ahead of time. When we get those websites and we have those images that are blurred, we know what websites those images that are blurred are coming from, and we can block those immediately. So that does happen. But yes, to answer your question, we are aware of that. It is something that we're continuing to investigate, and we do want to prioritize safe access to our staff.
I wonder if we could have further discussion about the opposite, where you provide the students, teachers know what websites students can have access to, and I understand that there'll be certain levels of research that the students need, that they required those locks to be removed. But the teachers would know what type of research they're requiring them. And then a lot of this homework's actually done at home. So at home, it's incumbent upon the parent to have those security measures at home, but at school, to only allow certain websites that, I know for my grandkids, because I help raise my grandkids, you put in on your phone, material for ages, 7 to 8, 10 to 12, that sort of thing. It just seems to me that we're doing it in an opposite way. Instead, nope, you don't get to see that, because it just takes them into all these other areas that, the children, it's not age appropriate. I'm wondering if there could be further discussion with that and how it could work with this line-wise.
Dr. Reyes?
Mr. Angelo, could you provide some I know we need to discuss this further, but some information in regards to what Trustee Dominguez Cervantes is mentioning?
Sure. I think that certainly there are certain websites we could earmark, like Achieve 3000 and iReady and all those sorts of things that we do use. The problem is that they also talk to a multitude of other websites that we would have to figure out and greenlight. It would be a few weeks of a bumpy road of things not working, but the larger problem would be searching for anything would effectively be stopped. Any sort of research that the school would need, any sort of YouTube needs that the students would have, we would really have to look into what students need in classes and how to allow those particular things. And it might be fairly cumbersome for IT depending on how many of those requests we get, but it is something we can discuss further.
Right, and on top of that, if the kids can get around these workarounds, do these workarounds, that means then that a virus can also enter. And my colleague, Mr. Tamayo, he's our IT on the board expert, but if the kids can do this, well, then that means that viruses can also enter and take the whole network down, right?
They're separate systems, so the students are not circumventing a firewall, they're circumventing the content filter, which sits on top of the internet and stops adult content effectively. And then we have firewalls that block the rogue content. But we also have other platforms in place that look for cybersecurity type things and stop viruses and alert us if there are propagation issues and stuff like that, access problems. So I don't believe those two are related, but I understand the point.
Well, I appreciate that. I look forward to having more details and more information about it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. So just clarifying. So rather than whack-a-mole trying to get sites, we have an AI program that automatically searches for these searches for these photos and filters them to blurry for anything that the kids hit on their school laptops, but not
correct.
Or anything that's on campus.
It would have to come in our own network.
On our network.
And it would be in conjunction with the blocking of sites
Yes,
by
of course.
type and address and everything. But the filter is an AI product that recognizes skin tones and shapes and things like that and blocks them. It has settings for aggressiveness depending on how much we want to block or allow, but that's how that works separately. So it sits on top of the existing filter.
And then you said that the videos are coming soon, and those videos are, they're able to go through it based on what they're saying, or is it just based on a moving image?
I believe at the moment it's purely image-based.
Okay, so like these videos on YouTube that I see that my daughter somehow finds where they're icing a cake but telling horrible stories, those are not going to be caught by that filter. But
We
she
would have
can't
to
do it
check
on
with
our,
them, but
Okay.
I would
Okay.
think probably not at this point.
Okay. Oh, that's the next frontier. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I guess I'll ask the question. So I know that the web filter is filtering and covering and protecting students here on campus and on the school sites. Is it also configured to protect the students with their laptops on their home?
If they take a district laptop to their home, yes. On
Okay.
their personal laptops, no. Though it does
Right.
have a parent component to it that we have not unrolled out yet that parents could sign into. But if they have a district computer, yes, it stays on filtering.
So the web filter is configured in such way that if they're taking a district laptop or a device, it still will filter even if they're at home. The web filter, based on this new module that they're integrating, will start searching and getting more knowledge, right? So it'll get smarter over time. But it's that over time, right, period, that there's still some delays in doing the full protection. Now, I know that we are buying this. Is this a different an add-on module that we would buy, or is it included in the subscription?
It's an add-on to our existing subscription.
Is there any other add-on subscriptions that we can do based on maybe DNS or such that it can do additional blocking?
I believe that's built into the existing filter that we have. We could do that sort of blocking.
All right. Thank you.
Appreciate those questions, Trustee Tamayo. I also would like to possibly see a short demonstration at our next board update.
Thank you. My questions are going to go in a completely different direction. So next month, in this portion of our district safety health update, and I know I can ask for this in reports, but it does fit here. I'm asking that we get an update as to where we are in regards to complying with SB 553, which for the most part will be needed to be implemented July 1st, and then another portion on in January of 2025, because they're still working things out. And this is one of the reasons I asked for probably each month or every other month if we are working with all of our labor partners, because in that bill, it emphasizes the notification and committee and training of our staff, our classified, our certificated, our principals. So seeing where we are in complying with that, and making sure that our agreements, we're good, that we're ahead of the game. And for Ms. Casey, the portion this bill does affect you, because right now they're not sure how it's going to affect special ed students. So if we could keep an eye on that. But I would ask that in this portion of our presentation next month, we have a brief update on where we are. Do I have a...
I'll
President
second.
doesn't need to second.
Was it?
President doesn't need a second.
Oh.
So I know the policy because we wrote it. So I'm asking for that. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So if we can have that, and I did send you some information today. All right. That was all I had with regard to that. Thank you. All right. I would like to take a 10-minute break before the consent calendar, because that tends to be a large portion of our agenda. And so if we could reconvene at 7:57. The consent calendar. The following items listed under consent calendar are considered by the board in one action. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless the members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. Which items are we pulling?
Madam President, I would like to pull item 11D, 11H, 11I, 11L, 11M, 11Z as zebra, and 11 double D.
Was that B as in boy or D as in David?
D as in David.
Yeah, okay. Any other items?
I'm sorry, when I have it, I circle it, but I didn't circle it. I heard L. Did E get pulled as well?
We can pull E.
E and L are mine that I want to pull.
R for me. E and L.
So far I have D, E, H, I, L, M, R, Z, and DD. Any others, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
Add 11C, subsection 11CH. And I believe the other items were recalled, but do you mind my repeating them? 11G,
No.
11H, 11M, and 11DD.
Oh,
M as in Mary, right?
G you added.
Yes.
Yes, you added
Okay.
G. Okay. So we are pulling items C, D, E, G, H, I, L, M, R, Z, and DD. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second. Third it.
Moved by Trustee Tamayo, seconded by, who was that? I didn't catch who's second.
Caesar.
By
Trustee,
Vice
excuse me,
President Fernandez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. All right. Item 11C, and I believe you said CH.
Yes. Resignations. So this is something I normally just call out each month. With another 13 resigning, I wanted us to give the community the exit interviews roll up as to the reasons why our employees have resigned.
Dr. Reyes?
Ms. Romero?
So the question was, repeat the question, please.
Essentially, a roll-up of the exit interviews and of the reasons why our staff have resigned.
Yeah, so I think my mind's not working. Roll up.
So Ms. Romero, do me a favor, would you like the information, could the information be provided via board updates? Dominguez Cervantes?
No, I think the public should know.
Okay, so then, Mr. Romero, if you could come up with you have an exit survey.
Yes.
Right? And in the exit survey, the ones that choose to fill it out
Yes.
many times provide a reason.
Yes.
Yeah, so could you compile, and just make sure that I get it right, could you compile the list of reasons for people or staff leaving the district?
Yes.
And then we can even do it further by maybe certificated and classified.
Absolutely. So I think in the end, we can get a trend as to what seems to be the reason.
Mhm.
And so we can try to mitigate some of these things. Every time someone leaves, we have to retrain and start all over again. And the ones that pay the price is not just their partner staff, but the children.
Mhm.
Thank you.
And so why don't we do just certificated, admin, certificated, not admin, and then classified.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, this is the only item in under C.
Yes.
Okay, this is an action item.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by trustee Bishop, seconded by trustee Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Item D, adopt a resolution regarding the absence of board member Tamayo. I believe that was you, trustee Tamayo.
Yes, I'm pulling because I need to abstain.
Are you abstaining or recusing?
Recusing, sorry.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion to.
Madam President, could you just read the first whereas in the resolution, please?
Let me, give me 1 second. The first one?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas pursuant to Education Code Section 35-120 and Board Bylaw 9250, a board member may be paid for a meeting from which he or she is absent if the board, by resolution duly adopted and included in its minutes, finds that at the time of the meeting, he or she was absent due to performing designated duties of the district, or the absence was because of illness, jury duty, or hardship deemed acceptable by the board.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to approve.
I'll second.
Moved by trustee Bishop, seconded by trustee Fernandez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1 recusal. One recusal. All right. Item E, adopt the resolution designating May 2024 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Chula Vista Elementary School District. I believe that both trustee Bishop and I had an interest in, I'll defer to you as to why you pulled it.
Thank you, President Ugarte. I just wanted, as always, when we do a resolution recognizing a group of our community in their History Month, I always like to pull things so that we can say it out loud in the meeting instead of just putting it in a drawer somewhere. So I'd like to read it aloud in the meeting if possible.
Yes.
Oh, did you want? Okay, I can do it. Sure.
I just wanted to speak to it, so you.
Oh, yeah,
can-
no.
Okay.
Did you want to speak to it before I read it?
I'll do it after.
What's that?
I'll do it after.
Okay, sure. Whereas classified employees support and, oh wait, did I do the right one? This is the wrong one. This is a classified one. Oops. Sorry, my bad. I opened the wrong one real quick. Sorry.
Asian American Pacific Islander.
Yeah, no, I know. I know. That's why I was confused when I started reading it. There it is.
Do you want it?
No, I have it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Whereas the state of California is home to approximately 750,314 Asian American and Pacific Islander students from kindergarten through grade 12, and whereas the diversity of these groups include Bengali, Burmese, Cambodian, Chinese, Filipino, Hmong, Indonesian, Japanese, Korean, Lao, Malayan, Okinawan, Pakistani, Thai, Vietnamese, Samoan, Asian Indian, and others. And whereas despite the hardships and barriers they encountered, Asian American and Pacific Islanders have made substantial historical and cultural contributions to the growth and development of California government, industry and commerce, agriculture, science, literature, and the arts, and significant contributions to the economy, including the building of railroads that united the nation, mining the gold fields, developing rich delta lands from swampy areas, and improving agricultural practices. And whereas the California State Board of Education recognized in its multicultural education policy that each student needs an opportunity to understand the common humanity underlying all people. And whereas the history social science framework for California public schools, kindergarten through grade 12, states that the history curriculum of community, state, region, nation, and world must reflect the experiences of men and women of different racial, religious, and ethnic groups, which is integrated at every level. And whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month is celebrated annually at the local, state, and national levels, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Chula Vista Elementary School District proclaims the month of May 2024 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and encourages all educational communities to commemorate this occasion with appropriate instructional activities. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
I'm
she wanted
going to
to
speak to it for, and then we'll motion. I wanted to point out, I had a feeling you would want to read this. But I also wanted to point out that I found it very appropriate that we were championing or celebrating and our biliteracy pathway and our biliteracy champion at this time, with especially in regard to the expansion or the inception and expansion of our 5 local CVESD schools that are offering access to Filipino language because of our amazing director, Ms. Perez. And I did read an article in which Dr. Santos was also quoted. Kudos for the council for teaching Filipino language and culture. I think that's amazing, and I look forward to the work and our further expansion of this program. Our Filipino population is the second highest student population group in the district, and I think this is a great way of honoring and celebrating that. So with that, I will entertain a motion to approve the
Motion
resolution.
to approve.
Second.
Okay. Motion by trustee Dominguez Cervantes and seconded by trustee Bishop. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. And let me look back at my list here. Let's see. We are at G. I believe that was trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
Yes. Approve submission of declaration need for the fully qualified educators for the 24-25 school year. I need some assistance in getting a better understanding of this, because if I remember correctly, and I remember Chairwoman Ugarte last month also inquired something quite similar to this. There's like 100+ temp teachers contract that was terminating. So I'd like to, and I know trustee, and I have my notes here from last time, she requested a priority request that HR meet with teachers and update us on meeting the contractual deadline. So additionally, a request that I added was made to itemize a breakdown of temp teachers at each site and the number of years they've been temp teachers. So this confused me, because we're saying that we can't get teachers, so we need this in order to get qualified teachers. But then on the other hand, we have qualified teachers that are temp teachers waiting for an opportunity to become probationary. Help me understand the dynamics of that.
Dr. Reyes?
Ms. Romero?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to clarify. These are 2 separate things, completely unrelated. So we've been working with CVE and are very close to providing all that detailed information that we'll share with the board when we're completed with that. So we have basically multiple categories that under Ed Code that can classify teachers as temporary. So Ed Code 44909, which talks about how we can backfill positions, right? So basically a person's on leave, we have ESSER funded positions, so like all of our impact teachers and people that went like that, that's Ed Code 44909. We also have employees that are taking on assignments, such as we have our CVE president that is being paid for to be a representative of CVE. We have a temporary teacher in that position for those type of positions to make sure that we have a position for them to return when they come back from the classroom. So there's a number of indicators and budgets that are aligned to why we have temps. This has nothing to do with temps. This has everything to do with our ability to have teachers that are fully qualified in positions that are areas of difficult hiring. So for example, VAPA. VAPA is one of the positions that for physical education, which qualifies under VAPA, in a high school district, plenty of teachers. Most people that go into single subject physical education are looking for positions in the high school. We have an amazing program here. We also are hiring physical education teachers, but we're not getting them as quickly as we need them. So for certain areas of qualification, we annually bring this to the board that if we have areas of need where we don't have a fully qualified person in place, this is not talking about temps, this is talking about those hard to fill positions, that we're able to hire those teachers on a limited permit, it's called. So a limited permit means there's a time that they have to actually get their credential And this is what every school district takes to their board in May.
So they're temporarily certified to, a temporary permission to teach?
Yes, and so that's great. So that's an easy way to describe it. But yes, it gives them the immediate qualifications. And there's some other things that we need to do to make sure that they're in programs and things like that to get their full credential.
So you were saying about you working with CVE about the multiple categories, and it sounds like it's the funding that drives when teachers move from temp to possibly probationary? Help me.
So that's not what I'm saying. The number of teachers that we have that
I have
are
the other part, the part about the specialized piece, but you also talked about you're working with something with Ms. Martinez.
yeah. So they requested some information, and what we're identifying is those aforementioned ed codes that I talked to you about to ensure that we're having clarity about the number of eligible temp positions that we have, and then the tracking of that information to align for the number of temps that are in those positions. So there's new legislation that takes place July 1, that when we have a temp contract, we need to identify not just that temp teacher, that the funding source that temp teacher is being paid for. So that is new legislation that we're prepared to roll out starting July 1st. And my team has already met on how we're going to be doing that. So, for example, although ESSER funds have disappeared, if I'm hiring a temp A and it's going to be under ESSER funds, it will be under Ed Code 44909, and the funding will be ESSER. So we'll identify that, which will add to more transparency going forward. That both of these things that you've talked about, none of those talk about how to move from temp to probationary.
All right. Well, maybe that'll be a separate discussion that we can have at a separate time.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board, or otherwise I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by trustee Tamayo, seconded by trustee Bishop. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Did you vote, trustee Tamayo?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't hear you. Motion carries 5-0. Item H, approve the agreement with the San Diego County Superintendent of Schools as the authorized agent for the San Diego County Schools Risk Management Joint Powers Authority for participation in the United States Department of Transportation drug testing program for the period of July 1st, 2024 through June 30, 2025.
Madam President, both items H and I would like to recuse since they are contracts with the San Diego County Office of Education, aka the San Diego County Superintendent of Schools, and they are my employer.
Thank you. And did I have any, and
I pulled it too. Yes.
both of those?
Oh, just H.
Okay. Didn't. Okay. Did you want to speak to H?
Yes.
Trustee Dominguez, on this?
So the cannabis use and the testing, I'd like to get a refresher as to, I know that previously, which I disagreed with, and I was very clear about it, that someone tests positive for cannabis when they're applying for a job with us, we can't tell, or can we? Can't tell if they smoked pot 30 days ago or the night before or the morning. So who gets tested and who's disqualified for having cannabis in their system? Drivers? Do our bus drivers, are they excluded from that test?
Dr. Reyes?
Yeah, Mr. Romero, could you share, not just bus drivers, but anyone driving tractors or other?
Yeah, great question. So there's two testing. This one specifically relates to driving. And so to qualify to be a driver in our district, you need to have a clear passage of a drug-free screening, which does include cannabis. So they cannot test positive and have a position within our district. So in full transparency, our other drug testing, we don't test for cannabis anymore because that's the law in California. So we don't test for that. But for this case, for our drivers, if they test positive, then they're not offered a position within the district.
Thank you. I continue not to like that part of it, but
Yeah.
it's the law. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move to approve both
Second.
H and I.
Second that.
Moved by Vice President Fernandez, seconded by Trustee Bishop. All those in favor of approving H and I, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4 with 1 recusal. All right, we have, I believe I counted 8 speakers for item L. The first 3 speakers, Rose Lopez, Martha S., and Anna G.
Good evening. I'm speaking as a taxpayer whose property taxes fund this district, as a mother whose son attended Mueller Charter, as a grandmother, and as an educator of almost 25 years. The following is a timeline of societal shifts in the past 15 years or so. It all began with live and let live. This was the mantra of those who espouse alternative, non-heteronormative lifestyles. Within a short time, this evolved to, you're allowed to have your religious conservative opinions on gender ideology, so long as you keep them to yourself. Don't offend anyone. Well, we're now living in an era where if one doesn't openly champion, support, celebrate LGBTQ causes, you're deemed an intolerant bigot. It isn't enough that an entire month is dedicated to celebrating gender ideology. It is, you must accept, you must champion, you must support, or else. Well, this is where we, as people of faith and conservative values, draw the line, especially when it comes to our children, because let me be clear, these are our children, they're not the districts, they're not the states. Our First Amendment freedom to practice our religious convictions are enshrined in the Constitution, and when one individual's freedom to practice his or her gender reality begins to infringe on another person's religious tenets, that is no longer a right. That is tyranny disguised as tolerance. I'm guessing educators and board members who believe that a child in our district should be exposed to gender ideology, regardless of a parent's knowledge and or approval, is all in the name of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and you pat yourselves on the back for being so open-minded. Your agenda title for today is Adopt Resolution to Support Equality for All Students in Chula Vista Elementary School District. But is this adoption really in support of all students? I'll remind you that you serve a district with large populations of minority students who come from families who practice and espouse religious convictions. Are you being diverse when you don't recognize the opinions of students who don't support LGBTQ causes? Are you being equitable when you don't consider how antithetical gender ideology is to their worldview? Are you being inclusive when you exclude parents from the conversation as to whether their own children should be taught or exposed to LGBTQ ideology? I leave you with a quote that I live by as an educator, and it's by William Butler Yeats. Education is not the filling of a pail, but the lighting of a fire. This district shouldn't be in the business of teaching children what to think, but rather how to think. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. I oppose the resolution to support equality for all students because it is not equality to the heterosexual children. Who is representing them? This resolution does not represent them, and you, Kate Bishop, do not represent them. Also, your anti-God agenda gathering your mafia of activists to come against me because of my religious beliefs and affiliation to Christianity during the city council meeting last week when Mayor McCann was going to appoint me to the Human Relations Commission was unacceptable and discriminatory. You're the bigot and a racist. You are not tolerant of those who don't agree with you. And as an American conservative Latina, I think you do not belong on this board. You, Kate Bishop, do not represent 166,000 Latinos in the community and their children. Please resign. We have had enough of your sexual, perverted, and anti-God posts on social media and behavior everywhere you go. You don't deserve this job as a school board member. And on your Twitter account where you posted, it's terrible all the cholera these Mexicans are bringing across the border. Nobody loves like I do. Believe me. Resign.
Thank you.
Good evening, members. I'm also here to oppose the resolution that you falsely call the Equality for All Students in Chula Vista Elementary School District. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize that your focus is to promote an ideology and an agenda that does not belong in public education. Your motion to recognize June 28th as Pride Day and the entire month of June as Pride Month is your attempt to promote perverted sexual acts, expose children to explicit content, rob them of their innocent, and satisfy your own sadistic desires, all in the name of equality, inclusion, and gender expression. It's bad enough kids today must navigate life dealing with bullies and peer pressure. They don't need adults exposing them to inappropriate material. This is not what taxpayer-funded education should look like, and it's not what our kids need to be learning from you. So please, stop it. What I'm saying is not hate speech, which most of you probably will categorize as. It's the truth. Children should not be exposed to sinful behavior that leads to dangerous habits and mental instability. The high rate of depression, suicide, and mental illness amongst kids and teens is not because of hate or discrimination towards the LGBT community. It's a lack of truth being spoken over their lives. Adults who speak lies and perpetuate the confusion contribute to the rising number of kids who believe they were born in the wrong body. You weren't. You were made in the image of God. He created everyone, male and female, and did not make a mistake with you. Adults who tell you otherwise do not love you. They are deliberately lying to you. Board members, you've poked a bear again. You are not the parent. You don't get to decide what our kids should be exposed to, and we'll keep coming back to remind you of that. Lastly, I want to address the board members who call themselves believers in the Lord Jesus Christ. Please, stop being a lukewarm Christian. You need to vote no and remove this resolution from the calendar. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next three speakers, Laura Douglas, Mary Davis, and is Mo gone? Mo, okay. So Laura, Mary, and Mo.
She'd like me to go first. Is that okay with you?
Okay.
Okay, great. Hi, Mary Davis here again, and I'm kind of wondering why we actually are bringing this forth and why we're here for this. It seems very redundant on the surface. Within your own resolution, you say that this is already covered under Board Policy 0410, that they already your district already celebrates Pride Month. There's also California Ed Code 51204, the Fair Education Act, the California Healthy Ed Code, or Act, Ed Code 51930 through 51939, the Sex Equity and Education Act, the School Success and Opportunity Act, and an array of federal protections, including Title IX. So that really begs the question, then three things come to mind why this resolution is being presented. One, it's either a toothless tiger, a resolution for show. It also could be a form of electioneering, as far as you have one candidate up for re-election. Is she going to use this to campaign as a talking point further on? My deepest concern is actually, though, is this a stealth attempt to backdoor an action item without fully disclosing the intended action to the public? Do you have an attorney here tonight? Is there an attorney? Okay, I'm not sure. Anyway, I just would like to remind this governing board of Government Code Section, the umbrella of 54950, the Brown Act, that does mandate full disclosure of an intended action to the public. Please refer to Shapiro v. City of San Diego and Carlson v. Paradise Unified School District. Part of that case said, it is a well-known fact that public meetings of local governing bodies are sparsely attended by the public at large unless an issue vitally affecting their interests were to be heard. To alert the general public to such issues, adequate notice is a requisite. In the Carlson case, they felt that the language was too vague to fully notify the public of the intended action. It would have taken relatively little effort to add the agenda details that included what that action was. And I would say if you go beyond anything other than just a simple resolution, that you would be violating that section as well for not giving full public disclosure. So please consider that in your actions tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Laura Douglas again. I wanted tonight to call your attention to a recent report finished in England as of last month. It's called the Cass Review Report by Dr. Hilary Cass and Dr. Erica Anderson, a trans woman. What they found was that in England, that they suggest to withdraw from gender-affirming treatment based on this review, which included 214 studies and 21 guidelines. The most comprehensive summary on transgender youth medicine to date. Transgender psychologist Dr. Eric Anderson, a trans woman, found insufficient and inconclusive evidence demonstrating the effectiveness and benefits of gender reassignment treatments for children. Additionally, many of these children are on the autism spectrum and share mental comorbidities often overshadowed by the medicalization model. That is probably true in the case of my grandson. He had no psychotherapy. He had no therapy before he made a decision to start taking hormones. He was only 18, just barely. As a result of the review, children under 18 in England, like in Sweden and Finland before them, will no longer be treated using the protocol, but will with the same level of care as other youth with mental health struggles. Finland and Sweden made similar changes in 2023. The recommendation is psychotherapy, primarily to identify and alleviate and explore underlying causes of their distress and experiences that often include early sexual molestation, trauma, and or abuse. Early. This is what is so important. When we're dealing with these issues in school, talking about this, kids get the sense that some kids are being elevated for some reason or another. They're very sensitive to that. If some kid gets an advantage, they know it. They notice. Now, the other question is, who's going to decide about what one kid says is hate speech, and what's going to be the punishment for that? Has that been discussed? Has that been aired out? Who will do that? The teacher, the principal, the district? These are things that need to be worked on. It's too soon to do this. But the important thing is we need to stay away from these issues with children that are sensitive and vulnerable, like my grandson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. This is the Chula Vista Elementary School District. It's one of the best in San Diego County. Elementary meaning, TK 4 years old up to 11, 12 years old. These are young children and they all need to be protected from hate, sexualization, grooming, bullying, etc. All means all. No need to specify color, race, sex. It is all the children that deserve to feel safe when on our school campuses. So when our state rules and district rules say that all children and youth should be able to attend school in a safe environment free from bullying, hate, and discrimination, it covers all of our children. And if those rules are broken, there should be consequences, counseling, and most importantly, parent involvement. I'm my school's DAC representative, so I know CVESD wants parent involvement. That's what the district promotes, right, Kate? Parent involvement. Again, the rules already in place cover all our children. No need for this resolution to include LGBT because they are part of all our children. Just like the American flag outside represents all of us in this room, Yes, even the front row that didn't say the Pledge of Allegiance when the rest of us did.
Thank you. Courtney Sewell and GF Furuya.
Hello, I am a parent in this district and I oppose this resolution. I don't understand why this resolution needs to be passed. I don't understand why it was even written. It's a resolution to support equality, which we already have in this district. So it makes me wonder what is really going on. I have talked with many parents and teachers in this district regarding this resolution, and each one of them was confused as to why it's even here tonight. Everyone gets to decide how they would like to live their lives, but I have a problem as a parent when we have the same board member continuing to push an agenda on our kids. And the rest of you, with the exception of Delia, supporting her. And even if you don't agree and go against, your arm is twisted into agreeing. We know that's why you changed your vote on raising the flag, Tamayo. Your political career was threatened if you didn't change your vote, and we had to bring it to another meeting so you could change your vote. This is supposed to be a non-partisan position, yet it's very clear it's not. And the parents are waking up to the fact that you're more concerned about pushing your agenda or your political career than you are about our children's academics. Shame on you. We need a change. There are 2 seats up for re-election, both Bishop and Ugarte. It's time to vote in some people that actually care about our children's academics and will leave their political views at home.
Thank you. I have one speaker, Furuya, F-U-R-U-Y-A. Trustee Tamayo, you pulled the item.
Yes, Madam President. I pulled the item to have the privilege to move to approve.
I'll second.
Madam Chair. I
Call
would
for the
like to-
question.
We have a first, it was motioned by Trustee Tamayo, seconded by President Ugarte, and the question was called. All those in favor
Madam
of the
Chair, there is not-
resolution?
Aye.
Aye. Did you say aye, Tamayo?
Yes.
All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion carries 3 ayes, 1 nay, and 1 abstention by silence. Moving on to
I did not
agenda
abstain.
item M.
Madam Chair, I did not abstain from that last vote. I voted
But
in
a
favor.
silence is an abstention.
Please note that I voted to approve that.
Okay. If we can change the record to show that she approved the resolution. Item M, Trustee Tamayo, who pulled item M? Was that
Item M, I believe it was me.
you? Okay. Also? Okay.
So, item M has to do with iReady and math. It's about $1 million. Do we have any data showing that it's working? We're growing with it. Can you help me understand the expense?
Dr. Reyes?
Ms. Carroll?
Thank you. I would be happy to share a little more information there. So as you may recall, in our last year when we were talking about math and our former math adoption of Go Math had expired, and we took on iReady Math or Curriculum and Associates as our adopted supplemental curriculum, because in the absence of the ability to adopt a new program, we were sticking with our iReady program. The new math framework was just adopted in July 2023. And so now what happens, now that the new math framework has come out, then all of the publishers will now start to align their program, their materials, to the new framework so that then it can become state board approved. Once that state board approved list comes out, then we're able to pull those programs for the opportunity to investigate them further, pilot, and then put in a proposal for adoption. that process takes a little bit of time. So it's not going to be until the winter of 2026 before publishers will be approved and ready for us to start piloting. So in the meantime, that's why we're sticking with iReady. And so that what you're approving tonight is for us to continue using the program that we had. And it also has the hard copy materials that go with it. So now that they have student booklets as well, along with the digital access and the diagnostic that's provided 3 times a year. So in your original question of do we have data to support that it's working, we are in the process of continuing to look at that data. Again, in the absence of an alternative program right now, though, we're trying to support our teachers in understanding how to use it better, so then that data will strengthen. That is our goal, is to help them be more able and ready and knowledgeable in how to utilize the materials more effectively.
Thank you for that answer.
That was a long one, I'm sorry. I
That's
just want to make
okay.
sure I built context.
I mean, my concern is more of we've been using iReady for a few years now.
So this is really, this year has only been the first year that we used it as a whole system, because remember we had Go Math until,
That's right.
So this year, currently that we're in, is the first year that we're really using it. Before that, it was a supplemental curriculum to our district adopted Go Math program.
Got it. Okay.
I have
Thank
a
you.
question.
I still have the question.
Okay, yeah. We all have questions. Go ahead.
So, and this is something I shared with Dr. Reyes before, actually a few months ago, before even the spring break. Many of the teachers that I've spoken with, and it's a long story, but some of the teachers love the iReady application, the online application, but do not use the text. They don't feel that it's rigorous enough. So they've supplemented with like Eureka. So, and some of these schools, I know of a couple of classes that have gotten 100%. They've been able, teachers have managed to get creative to see what supports what works best. So, in speaking with Dr. Reyes a few months ago, I don't know if you guys remember, I kept asking for all this data. Could I get the data? Well, I finally got it. It was this box of ring paper, which is what poor Rochelle goes through all the time. She's like shared the wealth, thank you. But I've been putting it in a grid to get some kind of trends. And so my thought was, and Dr. Reyes and I discussed this before, is because and this is not an I gotcha, and I want everyone to understand, it's not an I gotcha, it's where we're at, what do we do from here? So there's so many schools that are not like more than 50%. So if we have schools that are at 50% or less, then maybe those are the ones that we focus on. But those schools that are at 51% or over and are using that combination of iReady and the text, Eureka text, my recommendation, suggestion would be leave them alone. It's working for them until you do your data gathering that you're gathering, and then teachers start, they start sharing their resources. This works, that works, and I just wanted to make sure that our teachers that are successful, that they don't feel like the wool gets pulled out from under their feet, and now they have to use the text also. So on the line of item here is about purchasing text. So why purchase, quite honestly, if they're not going to use it, why purchase the texts for them if they're not going to use it? If they're using Eureka or whatever you determine is working for them, once you identify those schools or classes that are working, why buy the textbooks for them? They're just going to sit on a cupboard, because those teachers are not going to sacrifice their children, when their students, when they know that they're being successful there. And we don't want the opposite to occur. So I'm hoping that this board could, or I don't know at what level this happens, that, allows that to occur. Thank you.
So, Ms. Carroll, do me a favor, could you, and I know you're going to be, today you're going to be going through the LCAP sharing the LCAP goal around academics, and you're going to be including some information about the academic plan that your team is working on. But could you provide, so I know you're going to be covering a lot of the, answering a lot of her questions then, but could you provide some information on how, we do eventually want to be aligned, but how we're scaffolding the rollouts and some of the things that we're doing, and then you can leave the rest for the presentation.
Okay, so would you like me to do that in a board update to provide that information, and then following that would be
Well, why don't you provide some information now?
right now? Okay.
Yeah, so.
I think the teachers would like to know, because summer's coming, their anxiety levels are like, oh my gosh, I'm going to have to use this other thing. I think it would be nice for them to know and not have to wait any longer than they have to.
So I think the question is, are we going to be telling them tomorrow they're going to be switching
That's right.
their text?
So I think that it's important to know that we continually want to know better and do better, right? That's our goal. We use that data. We watch to see how things are working for our students and our teachers. I think that at this point in time, for us to say, no, we're only going to do this and not this. First of all, we don't have, to Mr. Tamayo's point, we don't have the data to support that says, okay, this is the only thing that we should use, right? We don't have that yet. And so we want to be really mindful of that. And we don't want to necessarily break what isn't broken, right? Is that right? Break what's working. And so, again, as we continue to take in this information, this data, and looking at that, talking with teachers, looking at more specifically about what's working, I recently put out a survey to our principals asking which curriculum they are actually using, so that we can get a better sense of which schools are really using the program and at which grade levels, because in some of our schools, some grade levels may be using one program, other grade levels may be using another program. So that data could be misleading when we look at it as a whole from a school, because maybe not everybody is using one or the other.
Is that the information on those reports that I received? Because I know that some of the schools reported a specific, like they said iReady, but they didn't specify that it was just iReady online.
That's right.
And not the
or
text.
At which grade levels,
Right.
things like that. So my goal this year, in this coming up year, as we are working, and we'll be talking with you more about an academic plan and what that looks like over the next 3 to 5 years, we really need to gather some of that information and understand that better, where it's working and where it's not. Because some could say that this looks like it's working, but maybe with the population of students that you have, it could be, anything could be working, right? So we need to dig in a little bit deeper. We need to look at teaching practices. We need to look at the framework. We need to look at the standards and see how they're being taught and how all of our children are succeeding. Because sometimes, too, what we find is what appears to be successful for some isn't necessarily for all. And so making sure that we are really looking closely at what we're using, why, and with whom is going to be an important part of this work. So we are not a district that just pulls things out from under people, and I think that it's with that inquiry and time and gathering that information that's going to be important. So I think it's safe to say that no, tomorrow we're not going to say you can't do this or you can't use this or you are going to use that, but I am going to challenge those schools, all schools, to be open to learning more about how their instructional practices align with the standards and the framework, and see if that aligns with the programs that they're really using, and that it's meeting the needs of all of our students and not just the ones that are up here and probably would do well no matter what.
And to the point of purchasing these textbooks that won't be used, how are you going to decipher how many to get? There's no need to spend on those teachers that they're not going to use it. If they're already successful doing whatever else they're successful, how are you going? Well, I guess you'll figure it out. If they're not going to use it, we don't want to buy it.
And historically, what we have done is we guarantee our district adopted curriculum to all of our students in all of our classrooms. So whether or not they are all being used the same way, this is not the end of our time. This coming up year will not be the last year that we use it right now, because as I explained, we won't be ready for a new adoption until the other materials are ready. So, you know, we can trade out and shift around a little bit so that we are maximizing your dollars and making sure that we're not wasting money. But also, I'm challenging all of our schools to really be open to the learning and really reflecting on what's working and what's not.
And just to be clear, I mean, change is coming. Now, the pace, I think it's what we were talking about. The pace based on the right information, on the right data. So we do have a need to make sure that we change our focus, to make sure that we hit the targets that need to be addressed, that we implement changes that we see fit. Now, it's not going to be, to your point, it's not going to be from one day to the next, because we have our district's so big and it has so many variables that, you know, we need time. That's why the academic plan that Rochelle's team is working on, it's a 3 to 5 year plan, more like a 5-year plan, because it scaffolds. But change is coming, right? But not,
yes, we want that.
because we want it and we need it, but not to the point where it's, okay, tomorrow everyone does this.
Right.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that excellent explanation, and I definitely appreciate the fact that we're going to disaggregate that data. So my question kind of is, I understand that we need to offer the same curriculum to everybody across the district. So my question is around, and that we're locked, at this point, we're going to be locked in for 1 more year so that we can do that data deep dive and figure out how it's working for us. I totally appreciate all of that. My question is, to my colleague's point, if there are classrooms that are using other materials as supplementaries, where is the money coming from for the materials for that? Do they have access to that from previous things, or are schools paying additional money for Eureka, as you say, or whatever other supplemental materials? Are we spending extra money on those materials as well?
So the district has a responsibility to provide curriculum.
Yes.
And so we are providing the curriculum to all classrooms. If the particular site chooses to buy either, for example, if they choose to buy a specific supplemental material, then it would come out of their site fund.
Site fund. Thank you for that. And then the other thing that I just want to, anytime I get an opportunity to bring it up, as we're using new stuff, I know that, as you say, change is coming, right? So how are we supporting our staff by giving them more training on this curriculum? Like what's in place for future trainings for this curriculum?
So part of the plan, and that's why I say the plan is very comprehensive, and it's we should have it ready by mid-June. So we're hoping to have it ready by our next board meeting. We're specified, because change for the sake of change, changing the curriculum, that's not the answer. It has to be comprehensive, where we're talking about best practices, where we're talking about frameworks, where we're talking about professional development, how we're going to be providing professional development, who's going to be receiving the PD, what is the purpose, what is the goal. So basically is, where are we? Where are we supposed to be, or where do we want to be in 5 years? And the how and what in between.
Finally, I would like to challenge us to loop in parents as we're doing this additional trainings and whatnot, that I know that a lot of parents want to be able to support their child and their child's learning. I mean, they are the third rung of the stool, right? Students, school, and parents. So I know that I've talked to parents that have frustrations around, especially math standards. It's been an ongoing issue, but I just want to challenge us to find more ways to loop in parents for helping them understand better. And I know that some teachers do a really great job at that. I have an amazing teacher for my fourth grader who sends out YouTube sometimes to help me understand. But I would love to have that kind of structure in place to do that kind of across the district if possible.
And if I just real quickly, with the results of the survey, I would be very interested to see those results of who's using what right now, because I understand that the district needs to provide curriculum to all classrooms, but as a taxpayer, it seems like it's wasteful in a sense if we're providing the curriculum and the school, the individual school can choose to buy something else and have books on the shelf. I think that we can do a better process of, if we see that yes, in this school, Eureka is a better fit, then let's buy that for that school, or find another process that we can not be as wasteful as we currently are, because it seems that a lot of books and a lot of materials go unused by many years and end up in the trash. So I don't want to see that. I want us to explore and think outside the box and see what's doable inside the rules, but let's look at that.
Okay.
What's that? Yeah, so I am curious as to how much latitude educators have to supplement when they feel that a certain source is not giving their students challenging work. And I've seen this happen before in the district I work in, when we had a big debate between Carnegie Math and CPM. And somehow a lot of sites that I knew voted for Carnegie Math, but the district just gave us CPM, and we ended up using the old textbooks to supplement. So I understand your concern and yours as well. So I'm just curious as to how much latitude teachers will have to use their own resources to supplement. I'm also curious about what the adoption process looks like in this case.
Let's go.
So I think in terms of latitude, that's up for further discussion and input, and really collaborating with all of our partners and understanding that, right? When you think about the adoption process, and in the case of math, is what I was trying to explain earlier, that the math framework, the new math framework, was just adopted. So now the process of aligning programs to the new math framework is going to take some time. It's not going to be until the winter of 2026 that then those materials will be viable for then districts to look at those materials. And so in Chula Vista, our process has been, at least since I've been doing this work here, is that we pull together we look at the state board approved list, and we narrow it down to the two most important guiding factors for us in that initial sweep is it a K-6 program, and does it come in English and Spanish, right? Once we are able to narrow down that state board approved list to have that holds that criteria, then we bring those forward and we start to do a much more robust look at all of the programs that are viable from there. And that is done with teachers, district staff, principals, right? So we all come together to kind of look through that. The county provides a toolkit that helps us go through and really look at the materials to see if they are, going to be rigorous enough, viable for our district, et cetera. And then once the committee then narrows down to 2 programs that they think rise to the top, that's when we generally put it out for pilot. We allow voluntary pilots to occur across the district, come back through, get that feedback in. The committee comes through, sorts through that feedback. We get consensus from schools as to the program that they feel meets their needs. We provide the materials to all schools to be able to look through, even if they're not piloting. And then we bring it to the board for a recommendation for adoption, purchase, and then, be able to implement for that following year. So with that in mind, we know that we probably will not be bringing back a math curriculum for you to approve until the winter of 2027. So just being mindful of that. This is what we have right now, and we want to help support people in using it better and looking at what else is working out there, again, for all students, because I think that's perhaps a piece that may not be as apparent when you're looking at a broad stroke of data, that from a school site or even from a grade level, knowing that people are using different things, so there's not one thing that may be working or not working. Okay. You're welcome.
I think you answered my question in your presentation, so thank you, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, for the questions that you had. I just wanted to make sure that we are careful in our data collection of how we look at if this is having an impact, but you said everything I needed to hear with regard to attributing successes to a program that may not be attributed to that actual program. So with that comment, I will entertain a motion.
Motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Z.
R.
Sorry. It's because I wrote it to the side. R, adopt the resolution to establish temporary interfund transfers of special or restricted fund monies for the fiscal year 24-25. Who pulled? You?
I pulled.
You pulled.
Just because I get leery anytime I see interfund transfers, so I just would like a quick explanation for the public.
Mr. Esquivel.
Yes, there are on occasion the need to have interfund transfers for those funds that have a cash deficiency just because of the timing of the cash from state allocations. We have not had to have that in a couple of years, but during the deferrals we had to have some cash transfers. For example, could have been child development where we don't receive the allocations in time for payroll. Payroll comes in every month. The allocations and the payments don't come in, so we do the transfers generally from the general fund to that fund. Once the payments come in, the fund that receives the money then returns the money back to the distributing fund during the fiscal year.
Okay, so it's all about timing of allocation.
Yes.
And then we go back and we journal voucher
Yeah.
once we get those funds.
The cash back. And again, we haven't had to do that in the last several years because of the we didn't have deferrals.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Motion to approve.
Moved by Vice President Fernandez, seconded by Trustee Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Item Z, adopt the resolution authorizing the utilization of the Kings County Office of Education project with South Choice Corporation for Microsoft products and the amount of $540,000 approximately.
Yes, Madam President. I just wanted to ask a question. What level of licensing do we have with Microsoft?
The A5?
Is it A5?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I move to approve.
It's
A5, it's the highest level licensing that also allows you to have additional security features for protection of your computer. So we'll help with the things that we're dealing with the students. So I just wanted to make sure, because there's two different levels of licensing, and I wanted to make sure that we're up to the highest one that we can afford, because it's expensive.
You motioned, I'll second.
I moved.
Motion by Clerk Tamayo, seconded by Vice President Fernandez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Item DD.
Who pulled DD?
Was that, who pulled DD?
I did, and I think also Trustee.
And I need to,
Dominguez.
speak to it briefly as well.
On DD, I see we're sending principals to a Courageous Principals program. Can you elaborate on that?
Ms. Morales.
Sure. So we have actually sent a high majority of our principals so far to the Courageous Principals Institute. It's put on by Deloitte. The only costs incurred to our district are actually the travel there. The rest is covered by Deloitte. They run 2 programs, one for veterans and then one for principals. And what our principals do is they go, it's only Friday to Sunday, and they work on leadership. They work on leadership skills, moves to make in terms of developing their school vision, handling different types of conflict, moving through resolution processes, and then it also, that's mainly in the tier 1 of Courageous Principals, and then they actually have a level 2 of it as well. So the great thing about it is that our principals go, but one of us at the district level also accompanies them, and we get to participate in that learning with them, do some team building with them in the evenings. And so far, we've had a lot of positive feedback from our principals. And it's great because when I go to my site visits, I get to bring that up and talk about it. So it's been a highly successful program for us this year.
Awesome, awesome. There's also some staff attending the Turnaround Arts National Summer Leadership Retreat. Can you speak to that?
Michelle?
Yes, I would be happy to. That is actually for our 2 newest, well, actually it will only be for our 1 school, Finney. They're a new turnaround arts school, and so that's why they're sending them to their getting started training. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
Yes. I'd like to approve all line items except one line item on page 2 of 2, 8th from the bottom. It's our Collective Power 2024 convention in San Antonio for my colleague, Trustee Bishop. I looked up the 4-day convention in San Antonio, but it seems to focus on politics, elections and politics, and running for re-election. And I do not believe that our district monies should be used, I have it here, should be used to support that. It might be a great thing to attend, but not on district money. So I would motion to approve all line items except for that line on them.
Could you add taking out line item for my Chamber of Commerce? I responded that I'm at a work event and I wouldn't want the district to pay for something that I'm not going to attend.
Yes, I'll amend to that line item as well.
May I speak to that
Yes.
motion? Our Collective Power is not a political event. It's an event that helps sitting school board members learn about equity work in districts and do a lot of governance trainings and a lot of other things that happen at just regular conventions around education. I was chosen as a School Board Partners Fellow for 2024. And so the money that is listed here is not for my registration or my hotel, which are covered by school board partners for this event. The money listed is just to fly me there and for per diem while I am there. So I've...
well, I would motion for them to pay for your flight then. Running, it says here, running for re-election, elections and politics. I can't in good conscience approve that.
That's an example of one previous...
No, it's not. It's covered 2024.
Okay, so then it's one stem of it. There's all sorts of governance and equity work that is done.
Yeah, there is. I called them. There is. So I would motion. I don't want to have a tit for tat, but that was my position. I don't believe that item should be paid for by the district.
Okay.
Is there a second to Trustee Dominguez Cervantes' motion?
Second.
All those in favor of approving the travel requisition minus the 2 line items referenced by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. What time are we at? All right. That concludes the
Declarations.
consent calendar. Mr. Romero, do you have any other newly employed or hired or promoted employees to announce to us at this time?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Public hearings. The public hearing section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on specific items. Persons wishing to address the board on any public hearing items must complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for input on each public hearing item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments on each public hearing item depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. So the item we have for in front of us, conduct the public hearing to receive input on the initial collective negotiations proposal from the Chula Vista Elementary School District to the Chula Vista educators for the 2024-25 school year, and adopt the collective negotiations proposal from the Chula Vista Elementary School District to the Chula Vista educators for the 2024-25 school year. Mr. Romero.
Great, thank you. So part of our requirements are to sunshine proposals that we are going to be bargaining with our labor groups. This one is our Chula Vista educators. As we all know, we finished our contract, but our contract allows us to bring 2 items forward for negotiations. Article 8 hours and Article 33 transfer are articles that we want to bring forward from the district. And we're excited about just having some clarifying language on these two. We've talked in conjunction with CVE about why we want to bring this forward and look forward to bargaining for this for the next school year.
Before I open the public hearing, are there any board questions or comments for Mr. Romero? Okay. I am now opening the public hearing. Are there any requests to speak on this matter? No. I am now closing the public hearing, having no speakers. This is an action item.
I move to approve.
Moved by Trustee Bishop, seconded by Clerk Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Conduct a public hearing on the Chula Vista Elementary School District's new local control and accountability plan for the 24-25 school year. Ms. Morales.
Thank you, President Ugarte. So tonight we're excited to share our draft of our proposed new 3-year LCAP. The creation of this plan has been a highly collaborative effort, and that's going to be reflected in the way that we present it tonight. We're going to have a shared presentation. It's been a powerful and yet heavy lift to create this new 3-year plan. We're proud of the work that has gone into it and are excited to share our goals and our actions, our expenditures, and then to open it up for feedback from you and our community tonight. So we are going to start with our amazing Mrs. Perez, who is going to begin by giving kind of like an overview of the LCAP process. Would you like to come and take this, or you want me to drive? You good? You're welcome.
Good evening. I'd like to begin with first sharing an overview of CVESD. As you can see, we have 42 district schools, soon to be 43, with over 3,200 certificated and classified staff serving about 22,000 students, 28% of which are emergent bilinguals or English learners. We are the largest TK through 6th grade district in the state of California and have been named a Live Well San Diego School District and recognized as a best community for music education for 7 consecutive years. When one thinks of CVSD, what comes to mind? Well, CVESD has several programs, as you can see up here on the slide, and services that highlight what we do and who we are as a district. We have an amazing VAPA program, signature innovation stations, growing dual language immersion programs, and a new and exciting LEAD program. We also utilize and continue to strengthen our MTSS framework for student support, and we have an award-winning communications department that has done amazing work to keep our parents and community engaged in the education of our children. Our shared vision as a district also highlights our commitments to working as full partners with our parents and staff, working collaboratively, focusing on each child's educational success, and knowing that we all take ownership of the success of our school community. Now that we have an overview of our district, our shared vision, and instructional focus, I'd like to share about the LCAP process. Let's start with the Local Control Funding Formula, or LCFF. This is one way that our district is funded. The LCFF includes a base, supplemental, and concentration grant. Part of the LCFF is the requirement for our school districts to create a local control and accountability plan, or LCAP, that lists goals, defines outcomes, details actions, and tracks expenditures. The LCAP is a 3-year plan that outlines how we will support positive student outcomes that address state and local priorities. The LCAP provides an opportunity for CVESD to share our story on how, what, and why programs and services are selected to meet our local needs. So as you have already seen, our LCAP does have goals, specific actions to meet those goals, and budget expenditures. And you will also see metrics as a means for us to review progress. Who is the LCAP for? So the LCAP describes how the district plans to improve academic achievement for all. However, the supplemental and concentration grant funds must be principally directed at the following student groups: low income, English learners, and foster youth. The LCAP is a collaborative effort, as Jessica stated, and the development requires consultation with teachers, principals, administrators, other school staff, our labor partners, parents, community, and students. This process may include several meetings, an open survey, and focus groups. The LCAP must address California's 8 state priorities, and they are basic services, academic standards, parent involvement, student achievement, student engagement, school climate, course access, and other pupil outcomes. Here's a timeline of LCAP development. So in November of 2023, we began the input gathering process with our educational partners. In February, there was a mid-year report to the Board of Education regarding the current LCAP, and tonight is the public hearing for the 24-25 LCAP, and this is the opportunity for the public to comment and for the board to provide feedback. And in June, the LCAP goes for board approval. You'll see the following planning requirements in our LCAP document: the LCFF budget overview for parents, and you'll see that as the pie chart. You'll see a plan summary, a section where we share how we engaged our educational partners, goals and actions, how actions increase or improve services for foster youth, English learners, and low-income students, and you'll see action tables. In addition to the proposed LCAP, you'll see a document called the Annual Update of the existing LCAP, and this document includes outcomes, a self-evaluation of effectiveness of those actions, and a description of any changes made to the new LCAP that resulted from the reflections of prior practice. I'm going to go ahead and hand it back to Jessica, who will be talking about our new 3-year LCAP.
Thanks, Lonnie. So there's a couple differences within our new 3-year LCAP, and one of the first ones that we wanted to highlight is that we, based upon our data and our programs and our feedback, have expanded from 3 goals to 5 goals. And we're hoping that this really helps us to improve the outcomes that we're going to get for our students in our community. The second item that is going to be new in this LCAP is that we've included contributing and non-contributing actions. And this is going to allow us to tell the story of our district in a more comprehensive way. So in our previous LCAP, what was listed is items that were coming from our supplemental and concentration grant funding. But it didn't allow us to, highlight something like DODEA, which is grant funding that we have. And we wanted to include that just so we would be able to talk about the incredible work that's happening across our different departments in our district and at our school sites. And then the last thing that is new in this 3-year LCAP, and this is a requirement from our state this year, which is we are required to provide focused support for schools and student groups within schools that have identified needs. And where you'll find that in our plan is any of our schools or our student groups that have been identified as red on our dashboard. And that is that very low performing category. And what that is, it's a call to action for us, that we need to have specific actions identified that are different from the district to be able to move that group or that school out of that red category. So as you know, educational partner feedback is a huge part of the LCAP process and part of our district. This year, we continue to use Thought Exchange as our survey tool, and we're excited to report that we had 2,503, I think, responses, which is a great response rate. And the question that was asked is, what are the most important things CVESD needs to do to support and increase success for every student over the next 3 years? So in addition to the Thought Exchange survey that we had, you can see that we had in-person and virtual forums hosted here at the district office for certificated classified confidential management, as well as families and community members. And then we had in-person forums hosted at our school sites as well for families, staff, and community, for our community and staff to be able to have different avenues in which they could provide us feedback. We were able to get feedback from all of our different labor groups, as well as met with different educational partner groups, Special Education Parent Committee, our PTA organization, STAC-DLAC, and then of course our SELPA. And so really this educational partner allows us to generate feedback from all these different groups that have different perspective and different lived experiences as community members or as staff. And then of course the favorite is the student focus groups. So we had student focus groups that occurred at our top 10 unduplicated student count schools. These were hosted by Dr. Santos. He went to each of the schools and engaged our student in questions, and I'm going to be sharing some of that feedback in a minute. So I'm going to go ahead and read here so I can make sure that I get all the details of the trends of our feedback. So within our educational partner feedback, all groups, and this is kind of the feedback that comes from the adults within our organization, the top 5 themes that emerged were distributed mainly over these 5 categories. Within academic support, the feedback included a need for increased support in literacy and math, adequate curriculum and programs, increased support for students learning English as a second language, as well as for students identified with special needs. And last but not least, increased staffing support in our classrooms. The second main theme was behavioral and mental health support. There was a call for increased professional development around addressing student behaviors or social emotional needs, support for counselors and psychologists, and more resources to support children's mental health. The third was parent and community engagement. There is a desire for even more workshops or resources to support at-home learning, improved communication channels at the school and district level, and a continued focus on events that bring our Chula Vista community together to celebrate, support one another, provide resources. The fourth one was a category around resources and infrastructure. And this was really about the need to upgrade our technology devices, add new library books, modernize school facilities, and a continuation of our free lunch and meal program for our students. And then last but not least, it was a theme around extracurricular activities. And that is really a growing interest in increasing even more after-school programming, increasing access to art and music education, enrichment activities, and increasing the opportunity for students to think critically and engage in rigorous, meaningful learning during the school day. And then for our most important group, which is, of course, our students. So our students were asked 2 questions, and they were in person at these school sites, and they included a selection of 5th and 6th grade students. And the first question was, what do they like about school, and really what do they want to see continue? And this is exciting feedback for us because as I, a year ago, got the opportunity to run student focus groups, many of the things that they asked for are now showing up in what they like. And of course, they want more, but that's always a good thing. So they noted an increase in the number of sports and clubs across our school sites this year. They expressed an appreciation for having multiple activities to do throughout the school day and want to see even more. They love team sports, extracurricular activities, and clubs. They also noted another category around supportive school climate, which really reinforced the resources we're putting in our schools are having an impact on them. They reported that they are able to turn to staff during times of need, both academic and social emotional. They even said statements like, I like how this school has teachers and people who support us. Staff are polite. They're willing to help students with anything. They also talk about the ability and the power of talking about their emotions and feelings with the trusted adults that they have on campus. And they noted that being able to have these supports allowed them to be more engaged and present in their learning. And lastly, they love VAPA. They want more VAPA, and they love specifically visual arts, and then, of course, playing instruments and learning about music. And then the second question is always fun to ask them because it's what would they change about their school? And they always start with, well, I love my school, but these are kind of the things I'd like to see more of. They want more recess activities, more team sports, more opportunities for play. But another interesting theme in this category is they voiced a deep desire to be able to relax more and be comfortable at school. Another theme area is always our lunch program. They want to improve it by having more lunch options, being asked what the lunch options should be, and gave a little nod to the fact that they'd like them to be a little warmer. And then lastly, this is powerful feedback for us because they are bringing forward a desire to improve student-to-student relationships. And they're placing this more specifically during recess and lunch. They'd like to see less bullying and more kindness. And they express that teaching good sportsmanship and providing more team building opportunities would help to address this concern. So based upon all of this feedback, program analysis, and our data that we have up to this point, we've identified 5 goal areas. And each of these goal areas in the LCAP has to have metrics, actions, and expenditures tied to those goal areas. So now I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Carroll, who's going to start us off by talking about our academic goal as well as our safe and inclusive environments.
Thank you, Ms. Morales. All right, so before I start talking about Goal 1, I need to tell you that we are launching our mission to success. Starting with Goal 1 and academics behind you, you will see that each of the astronauts represent the 5 goals connected to LCAP. So this is our launch, and I get to be the lucky one to launch it with our academic goal, which I just want to warn you is the longest. It has the most actions, so be patient with me on this. But I think this is really important to see that up on the board, and thank you to our ISS team for creating this vision for you. But Each of the astronauts, notice they have something that is related to that particular goal, even as much as you see the ukulele for the one astronaut. But notice that on the ukulele is really the innovative symbol, right? That thinking. So they're really trying to pull that all together for you. So I'm starting with goal number 1. And as Dr. Reyes mentioned, this is going to give you a little piece of the puzzle. We're going to talk a little bit about some things that are connected here that we're trying to include in our LCAP this year for our 3-year cycle. But more importantly, I think what you are anxious to hear about is what we are projecting for the next 3 to 5 years. Because as we are coming out of a time that we had to be responsive to the needs of the situation, we had to select assessments that were available online. We had to change some practices perhaps that were necessary because of the situation that we were in. Now we're coming back, we have to think differently about not only how are we going to move forward, but how are we going to make up for what was lost. And so that's a part of the reality of where we are. It isn't just about moving forward, it's about making sure that we're bringing kids up to where they need to be. So our academic plan is really not just about curriculum, right? We talked about curriculum a little bit earlier, but what are some of those practices that we need to change and perhaps get back to, or for some teachers, maybe to start for the very first time? So instead of relying on perhaps a Lexile score to tell you how successful or not successful your student is, looking more closely at how that child is doing in multiple ways. So looking at more authentic assessment, right, where the teacher is really sitting with students and understanding better who they are as readers, writers, mathematicians. That's an important part of bringing back, I'd like to say bringing back, not just changing practice, but bringing back some practices that maybe we moved away from due to the need. So our goal in moving forward, as we are steering a big ship, we can't turn on a dime like on a motorboat, but a ship takes a little bit of time to move in directions, but we are going to change course because we want to launch our mission to success and make sure that all of our students are successful, both socially, emotionally, academically, right? All of it, all the way around. So tonight I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our academic goal and explain some of the pieces that are going to be a part of that for you. Okay? So goal number 1 is about increasing student achievement and providing equitable learning opportunities for all students through the implementation of research-based strategies that enhance Tier 1 instruction across all academic content areas aligned to the California curriculum frameworks. So that's where we're starting. And so in this goal, we have 3 actions. You'll see 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3. Those are all about the implementation and really the better understanding of the standards in those content areas. And we think that that is first and foremost, that helping teachers understand those better and understanding how their curriculum can help support that also is an important piece of that. So providing training and support is going to be important. Our academic goal was created to strengthen our instructional programs, monitor and support academic progress, and ensure all students are receiving the highest quality Tier 1 instruction in order to make substantial gains in literacy, mathematics, and science. Supporting teachers with the understanding and resources needed to provide systematic, explicit instruction, especially in reading foundational skills. So we know that that's where some of our challenge is that many of our kids either did not learn how to read in the ways that we had hoped at one point in time, or they are in need of that building. That's an important part of this, along with ongoing assessment being a priority. So thinking about how we're assessing, because data is only as good as what it is that we're looking at. And so if we're not looking at important things, it doesn't really matter what the data says. So thinking about how we're going to look differently at assessment, how we're going to look differently at ongoing opportunities to see growth. So we're not relying on maybe one score 3 times a year that's going to determine that, but what does that look like ongoing? And how do we move toward doing that as a district? Because as we look at this very large district, we have to think about what are those things and how do we maximize support and training and those things effectively. We can do that by starting to build that consistency and continuity across the district. And it's not necessarily about a program per se, but it's about teaching practices, effective teaching practices. It's about understanding our standards and the framework. That's what we need to build up and to recommit to as a district. As part of our work focused on teaching and learning, teachers will be provided professional learning on the state standards and how our district-adopted curriculum can provide the tools and strategies to support first best instruction in all classrooms. This learning will come in a variety of ways through coaching, right? So we're going to be providing coaching, in-district training. We're going to be providing grade-level collaboration support, Friday staff meeting trainings and support. And we're also working in collaboration with our language development department and instructional services and all of our teams, our innovation teams, our special education teams, providing learning labs for opportunities of learning that can occur during the school day, after school, around topics that we know are needed but also are wanted. So we want to do that combination of, hey, I'm a teacher and you know what, maybe I just don't understand this little piece. How can I get that nugget of learning to help me move forward, because maybe my school doesn't have time to focus on that in particular for a whole Friday staff meeting, but I still need it and want it. And when you look at Action 1.4, that is specifically about our induction program. And so you know that another avenue to build teacher knowledge and capacity across the district is through our teacher induction program. Because CVESD is one of the only accredited by the California Teaching Commission to be able to provide an induction program, we're able to provide this job-embedded program to new teachers where they get to partner with a mentor teacher to expand their instructional practices and clear their teaching credential while working in our schools. Looking at Action 1.5 and 1.9, highlights of our work ahead also include schools continuing to implement and leverage the National Center for Urban School Transformation, or NCUS, instructional framework. Because we know that our instructional leadership teams are a driving force behind the work at sites, training and collaboration time will be provided during our ILT cohort sessions to allow for effective planning of the implementation of strategies to enhance teaching practices across school sites. So the planning of what will go into that we will include our teachers, our principals, and our NCUS coaches. We hope will be able to work with us so that alignment between what's happening in these trainings is happening at the school sites, is happening with coaching and support. Action 1.7 is also around instructional coaching, and as we know, that plays a crucial role in helping schools identify areas of improvement and supports teachers with the tools and skills necessary to impact student achievement. Harborside Elementary had the lowest performance level for multiple indicators and student groups, and therefore will receive the differentiated support of an instructional coach who will work collaboratively with educational partners, with site and district staff to build teaching practices and improve student achievement. Action 1.8 is our special education integrated support plan. So a critical action here is that our academic goal is centered on the special education integrated support plan. The district will develop a collaborative service delivery model between resource specialists and speech pathologists to ensure students receive a integrated support that addresses both academic and speech language goals within their individualized educational programs, so their IEPs. By facilitating regular collaboration and professional learning opportunities to share best practices, collaborate on case management, and strengthen support to students with diverse learning needs, we're going to be able to better support our students in special education classrooms and in general education classrooms receiving that additional support. When we almost done, only 4 more actions. For our Action 1.10, that's centered on MTSS. So in collaboration with our MTSS coordinator, school teams will conduct the Tiered Fidelity Inventory, or TFI, to monitor improvement of Tier 1 implementation. This data is used to determine ways to improve academic supports across all tiers of instruction. Working to build a more consistent system for student monitoring by school teams that addresses the academic, social, emotional, and behavioral needs of students based on data will be important in building the understanding of the levels of need, of support that we need. So again, going back to that importance of that tier 1 instruction, if we don't provide that first best instruction to them, it's really not fair of us to say that we think that they need special education or that they, are behind when we haven't given them that first round of quality instruction first. So we really want to really start there across the board. Action 1.11 is our site-specific funding. So funding for site-specific needs is provided to schools to improve their implementation of MTSS, specifically related to students' academic needs. So sites include these actions in their school plan for student achievement, and they are based on their comprehensive needs assessment. So again, making sure that our schools have that additional funding support to be able to address maybe some particular needs that they have at school sites. And last but not least, in our academic goal is Action 1.12, and that's for our transitional kindergarten instructional support. So as you know, with the rollout of universal transitional kindergarten, our youngest learners are now an important part of our school system. Ensuring that TK staff are well equipped to support these students is crucial for developing a strong foundation. We want to provide training that is focused on foundational teaching and learning, early learning environments, and the importance of play being a pivotal part of preparing TK staff to meet the needs of their students. So that's our academic goal, and again, we'll be hearing more about longer range, what we're hoping to do in a future report. I also have goal 2 to talk to you about tonight, but not as many actions, so I'm gonna hurry this up. It's the goal is to create safe and inclusive environments where all students feel a sense of belonging and connection. So when we look at these actions, this goal has the following actions: implementation of MTSS. So this side of the MTSS portion of the goal is really focused more on improving the implementation of MTSS across our district, specifically focused on addressing students' behavior and social and emotional needs. Action 2.2, around data-driven decision-making to improve student attendance and wellness, ensures that all school sites are using current student data to monitor and support student attendance and wellness. In collaboration with the district, school sites will be provided with ongoing support and monitoring throughout the school year. Action 2.3 is about coordinated supports and services to promote students' social, emotional, and physical wellness. So this builds upon the previous action in Goal 2. However, it centers the work that our school psychologists, school nurses, lead mental health specialists, and district social workers provides as it relates to meeting our students' multi-layered needs outside of the classroom environment. Action 2.4 is leveraging student voice for school improvement and increasing students' sense of belonging and inclusion. And it's providing our sites with information, resources, and supports on ways that staff can leverage student voice and increase students' sense of belonging and feeling included. Action 2.5 is around improving school safety. So this is focused on the ways that our district continuously works to improve school safety. This action includes the work of our security program and safety operations manager and his work with our SROs and community partners to ensure safety across all district schools. And last but not least, Action 2.6 is the development and implementation of a leadership development, equity, and access plan. This last action will include the development of an interdisciplinary team to increase students' sense of belonging, connection, and inclusion. Using district-level data, this team will work collaboratively to support and develop a plan for our most vulnerable student groups. Example, our foster youth, students experiencing homelessness, and students with disabilities. With that, I will turn it over to Lonnie to talk to you about Goal 3.
Thank you, Rochelle. So I have goal number 3, and goal 3 is focused on our multilingual English learner student group. The focus is to increase English language proficiency, academic achievement, and student engagement for all English learners, including our at-risk for long-term English learners and our long-term English learners. And this goal includes the following actions. So 3.1, data-driven decision-making. So this action ensures that all school sites are provided with timely, accurate, identification, data, and monitoring of English learners so that all of our principals and teachers can make instructional decisions based on individual student needs and individual English learner student profiles. And this action includes our English learner instructional assistants. The second one, 3.2, professional development and consistent implementation of comprehensive ELD. So this action provides district-wide professional development with focused support for schools based on their English learner data. This action also includes the purchase and implementation of enhanced ELD curriculum for schools with the highest unduplicated student counts and schools identified with needing more support for English learners. So those would be those that have the red area for that student group. Professional learning will include strategies to work with newcomers, at risk for long-term English learners, and long-term English learners. 3.3 is also professional development but this time with consistent implementation of foundational literacy skills for our English learners. So 3.2 was about language and ELD. 3.3 is about the academic literacy skills in foundational skills. So strong and consistent implementation of foundational literacy instruction will be implemented in all schools, both in our structured English immersion or English-only classrooms and also in our dual language immersion programs, because there are also English learners that are enrolled in our dual language immersion programs. And again, there will be focused support for the schools based on their English learner data. This action is a collaborative effort between language development and instructional services. So we've already begun that planning process, and we're very excited for our two departments to work really tightly together to offer that language and literacy. And then finally, 3.4 is English learner parent engagement. So this action includes explicit and regular outreach to parents, specifically of newcomers and English learners, as well as additional immigrant and family student support personnel to assist newcomer families in their first weeks of school. Focused support to school sites to establish strong English learner advisory committees, or ELACs, will also be provided. So those are the actions for Goal 3, and I'm going to go ahead and hand it now over to Jessica, who will talk about Goal 4.
You can go ahead and click it. Thanks, Lonnie. So goal number 4 is around innovation, my heart, the fun stuff. So the goal is ensure student access to meaningful, rigorous, and innovative learning opportunities that promote engagement and post-secondary success for all students. So I'm not going to go over each one, but I'm going to talk about the categories. So we're going to continue our VAPA program. It's something that is a hallmark of our district. It came out through our trends, and so we will continue to have that program in place at all of our schools in the district. We also have actions around innovation department initiatives. And so our innovation team is creating initiatives and a strategic plan that includes professional learning and objectives around increasing project-based learning in our district through the use of design thinking units. They're also designing flexible, active learning environments. You'll start to see those at Sotomayor when it opens here in the upcoming school year. In addition, we'll continue our station experiences. All of our stations will continue next year, but we are adding one. We will be adding the life science station for our 4th grade students in our temporary location starting in fall. We also had a lot of feedback and have been looking at an instructional support technology plan. This does include our TETs that help maintain our devices and assist when things are not working like they should, but also a really important part of that action item is the development of a technology refresh plan. So we have money set aside, not through our LCAP monies, but through some other funding sources, to not only start to refresh the devices that need to be refreshed after COVID, but we're looking at what are the best devices to move forward with our instructional programs and the needs that we have across our school. The next one I would like to highlight are the STEAM studios. So we have our DODEA grant continuing. We will be implementing 15 STEAM studios across our district. They will either be stationary or mobile maker spaces, and they will support the integration of design thinking units tied to Twig Science or other content standards. Our team will be deploying with the help of that studio resource teacher to be able to co-design units together. And then last but not least, we have our LEAD program. We want to highlight that. It will continue at all of our schools next year. However, we are refining the quality of the program. We have the project-based learning model that we will be using to ensure that our students are having high-quality instruction during all of those classes. But that will continue at all of our schools, including after-school, before-school clubs, as well as all of our intersession and summer camps. All right, and with that, I'm going to hand it over to Giovanna to talk about communication.
All right, good evening. So as Jessica mentioned, the community is loving the increase in communications and would like to see more of it. So goal number 5 is focus on educational partner engagement. The goal is to cultivate and increase engagement among our educational partners to foster a sense of shared responsibility and accountability in supporting the homeschool connection and high-quality learning experiences for all of our students. So within this goal area, we have 3 main actions, which are community outreach and engagement, parent leadership and education opportunities, and advancing digital engagement. So 5.1, community outreach and engagement, is a comprehensive action that ensures we provide continuous engagement opportunities. We will do this through various means of communications, from letters to social media, as well as organizing community events such as our Community Expo. Our translation and interpretation unit is dedicated to ensuring that language and cultural barriers never hinder parent engagement in our district, and will continue to provide Spanish interpretation and translation services. The next action is parent leadership and education opportunities. This will be led by a coordinator of parent engagement liaison, which we are in the process of hiring. This person will spearhead our parent ambassador program and provide workshops, trainings, and additional supports for our parent community. Finally, 5.3, advancing digital engagement. This action will not only ensure we provide up-to-date content and information on our cvesd.org website, but also all of our 50 school websites. So we're in the process of updating all of our content, rebranding, and making it user-friendly so our parents have the most up-to-date information, and really empower them to get involved and to learn more about the district and all of the resources and workshops and events that we provide. In conclusion, the Office of Communication is not just spearheading goal number 5, but we're also wholeheartedly embracing it, which is educational partner engagement. We are excited about the increased communication and engagement opportunities for our families throughout our district that this goal will bring. Now I'm going to turn the mic over to Ms. Morales.
All right, and with that, we would like to open it up to feedback from our board.
This is a public hearing, and I want to remind everyone the board will ask questions or comment on the presentation. Then I'll open the hearing. Any speakers will be able to speak, and then we'll close the hearing. So, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, any questions?
Yes. Is the literacy coordinator different from that other coach that's going to go out to, you're identifying the top schools? Yeah, she knows.
Yes, go.
Yeah.
Yes. So the literacy coordinator, we have a literacy coordinator here on staff. The coach is a separate person that will be dedicated specifically to Harborside to provide that instructional coaching. But we'll be working with our team as well.
Some of the schools overlapped, and I just wanted to make sure that there's 2 different focuses. Thank you. And in here, I know some of the challenges that we have is how does the social media play into this, the usage of it? I know you're the communications guru for us, and how does that play into it?
So we're going to continue to provide two-way communication opportunities for our educational partners. So increasing our presence on Facebook, on Instagram, on X, on LinkedIn, and really providing not just information about what we're doing at the district, but also resources for our families. So for example, our Sunbucks program, we just had a press conference here last week about the summer EBT program, and really communicating that out via social media, because we know that's where our parents are, and that's where parents are getting their news.
Right. And along those same lines, did like a mass mailer go out to them via like Peach Jar, or how did it go
Yes,
out?
we did
about
send
the
out
summer program?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And also in regards, because I think that's like key, you know, the communication piece to help the families understand how to partner, so we can partner, be better partners. Is there a better way, for instance, sometimes parents or teachers want to get a hold of us, and they send it through Let's Talk. And I'm wondering how they get, is it you, Araceli, that you distinguish like which party gets it? Okay, thank you. You understand. Thank you.
Trustee Bishop?
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you to the team that put together this presentation. I feel like it was not only very full and explanatory in a good way, but it really shows how you guys are all working together on our goals, and I think that that's really important. So thank you for that. Okay, so I just had some.
You were silent partner behind there. You could tell, Sharon Casey.
Oh, Sharon's always there somewhere, you know. So I had just first of all, I really wanted to draw attention, as my colleague did, about two-way communication. I really love the fact that we're focusing in on trying to actually have two-way communication, and I love using social media for that. I really want to add into that something about making our DAC-DLAC more, as much as possible, increasing our feedback aspect to that, instead of more like monologuing, have more opportunities for actual like input in those spaces. And in BLAC and any other parent group, it's really important to have that two-way communication. So I appreciate that that's on our radar. So thank you for that. I have a question in goal 1, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, reading, math, science. Is there a social science state standard that we're supposed to be addressing, or is that something separate?
Ms. Carroll?
I wanted to make sure I got the,
the head nod.
There are history social science standards. They are not currently, they do not show up on the dashboard, where we don't have state assessments for them. And so right now we are focusing on those areas in which we are, right?
I hear what you're saying.
data. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. And are we able to get that kind of, obviously LCAP is LCAP, but are we able to dig into those, the data, we have local data on those standards, right? The social studies standards rather than the state level, or do we not have? We have data?
We do not currently collect district-wide data on history social science.
Interesting.
That is something that we hope to work toward as a district. Again, bringing that continuity and consistency across the district, that would be something that is
next time
is coming. But I think we are trying to prioritize first and then build from there.
Great, thank you for that. I love the fact that there's so much kid input. That really touched my heart. I love I don't know if we had one more student advisory committee meeting.
No, so we talked about it and decided not to because of testing.
That is fair. It's tough. Yeah. But I really admire the fact that there is so much student input on this. And so thank you for doing that extra work to try and do it in other ways. But so I really love that they overwhelmingly support VAPA. I'm a fan. Question, so the thought exchange feedback, the kids one mentioned VAPA specifically. Was there parent and staff VAPA support as well? Because usually when I look at it, like the number one thing always says VAPA. Was that at the top of the list as well still?
So the way that we collected the data didn't necessarily put things above one another, but it was a prevalent theme and embedded within the academic program as well as the extracurricular activities. It's always, you know, a favorite of our community and our students, and it was nice to see it continue to be.
That makes me very happy as well. I really appreciate the kids speaking about anti-bullying and team building. It sounds like our kids have solutions. So I love the fact that we're listening to them and trying to follow their lead in some ways. I have one little drill down moment at 4.9. Our TETs, it said our current level is 38,538 tickets, and our goal is 40,000 tickets minimum. And then that also includes work supporting the home tech that we've passed out to families that don't have the technology at home. So my question is, without our CSTs, is that an accurate metric when the TETs presumably would be taking over a lot of the work that the CSTs have been doing previously?
Oh, Dr. Reyes?
Ms. Morales?
We're assuming the answer to that is yes. I know that Jacob is restructuring how that support is going to be provided for the schools, but the amazing thing about the LCAP is that we have an opportunity to reassess it on a yearly basis.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is based upon current data that we have and projected data that him and his team has run. They've run the analytics to think that this might be able to be covered in this way. But if it's not, we have an opportunity to revisit it.
Okay, and if we revisit it, it'd be next year or be as needed as we come up to it?
Actually, according to the LCAP, it can be either. It doesn't have to necessarily be on that yearly basis. But like anything, if there was a need on our school site, if our teachers and our principals were coming to us and saying, we can't get things to work, we need more support, we would then look at developing a plan to provide that support.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. Yeah, especially as you mentioned, a lot of our equipment is reaching the end of its cycle and life. So that's something that has been in the back of my mind quite a bit. Thank you so much for your presentation. I really appreciate the answers to my questions.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for summarizing 127 pages into
Yes, I just.
a consolidated way. However, on page 41 of 127, you talked about 6.5 million that are going to go to invest on our psychologists, nurses, student attendants, and district social workers. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Dr. Reyes?
Is that Sharon? Excuse me?
Thank you. So,
Sure.
Is it 2.3 that you're referring to? Yes.
Yes.
So the school psychologist, that is the full-time psych at every campus that we determined that we needed to continue on this school year so that each site had full-time access to a psychologist. The school nurses is also the amount of FTE for school nurses to support those initiatives, along with our school counselors and our district social workers.
So Mr. Tamayo,
Sure.
Part of that was to be able to continue because many or most of those positions were paid out of ESSER. So it was a way for us to continue providing the service for this school year.
So we are investing for this school year, but there's no guarantee because it's ongoing funding.
Correct,
that
yeah.
Next year or 2 years from now, they'll be there.
Correct. It's gonna. So right now, we allocated it for this year. It's not based on the projected funding. It's not sustainable. However, we are going to have to see what the governor says for next
Right.
year.
Okay. Now I also see on page 61, action 4.5, that we're investing $800,000 on either technology equipment technicians and a technology support supervisor. So is that in addition to the existing staff, or is it just we're moving where we were paying staff from?
I'm sorry, what page?
61 out of 127.
4.5.
Ms. Morales?
So the information about what goes into the 800,000 is that we have 6 TETs currently, and we have one of the supervisors that works here at the district level.
Okay, so we're just moving their salaries into the LCAP.
Correct. So we're moving their salaries into the LCAP, which allows us to free monies in our
General
general
fund.
fund for other opportunities.
Okay. So all this is great. One thing that I would ask, and this is for me, I guess, is there's a lot of great things here, and there's a lot of money that we're investing. Is there a way to highlight that investment in an infograph type of thing that we can highlight and show our community, this is what we're investing, the $6 million in psychologists, $1 million in whatever, right? But to highlight that investment, because I think it's great to speak about we're doing these things, but when you attach a dollar and you attach maybe even a SMART goal to that, that to many of our community will resonate more. So that's what I would ask, if we
Yeah,
could
so Ms. Morales,
look into that.
and if you can work with Giovanna's department.
Yeah, we are working on creating an infographic for this. It's much more complex this time because in our previous LCAP with our executive summary, we had actions that were people. And so in this one, we're going to have to create an infographic that shows our contributing and non-contributing, which will be a fantastic reference for us, and we'll be able to explain it clear to our community.
Awesome. Thank you.
Trustee Fernandez?
Thank you for a very comprehensive report, much different from the last time we asked to see more data, more information. And so I guess now we're asking for highlight and summary, huh? Is that what we're doing? Thank you. All the questions have been asked. Thank you.
I feel heard. Because this is it took me a second to orient myself as you were going through the presentation. It's definitely different. It's much more of what I expected. So I do feel that team effort. I see that. I appreciate it. It was the detail enough to know what the goal was and how we're supporting that through our efforts. Is what I was looking for and what I expected. So I appreciate the hard work, especially the 127 pages that you highlighted, and being able to summarize that in the concise amount of time. So thank you. This is a public hearing item, and so I am now opening the public hearing. There are requests to speak on this matter. We have one speaker. Rosemary Lowry.
Thank you. I do agree it was much better. Hello, I'm Rosemary Lowry, a parent of a student with a disability. As seen on the LCAP, students with disabilities are not meeting their goals, and therefore the initiatives put into place prior were not effective. I would like to thank you all for reviewing the LCAP and for updating it to include more measures for students with disabilities. Although it is hard to hear, the reality is that students with disabilities are often left behind, it seems, in favor of convenience. But our children are not an inconvenience, although unfortunately we are often made to feel that way. But they are a rightful member of the community, deserving of accommodations and support. We, as parents of this community, acknowledge these steps, but there's still much work to do. We're still seeing a lack of inclusivity training, teacher support, and resources, which is pushing children to restrictive environments not in accordance with the California Education Code. We've seen students be pushed out of their home schools and pushed out of the next school and the next, with some students on their 4th or 5th CVSD school. This takes resources from the district, the parents, and is stressful for the students. We must remember that children do well when they can. We need to give them an environment where they could do well, where they could do their best work. This means for most students, a general education setting with the proper accommodations and supports, many of which parents don't know about or how to request. It means finding new types of accommodations and giving teachers training specific to teaching disabled students in general education. It also means for other students, reducing SDC class size. The class caps are too large, even with aid support, which is not the same as a second teacher. Parents from 6 CVSD schools have seen that when mod severe classes are beyond a certain number of students, which is less than the cap, their children do not achieve academically. This is true of mild mod SDC as well, as we have seen a class of 9 students struggling with much less than the cap. In addition, any general education class with a higher proportion of students with behavioral or other non-routine needs should have a class aid offered at the beginning of the school year. Let's give teachers the support they need early on so behaviors can be mitigated and the children can learn. Also, in the academic portion of the LCAP, we do need some more specific measures for students with disabilities, and perhaps it's in the larger report that I don't have. We would like to see some more programs tailored towards reading recovery, phonics, reading specialists. We, the parents, would like to see immediate intervention when behaviors are hindering academics prior to the quarterly progress report or an annual IEP meeting. We would love to see the high-quality IEP program to be implemented here so that our children could have a well-rounded IEP process to give them better outcomes. We would love to see better diversity training on topics on why SDC classrooms should never have paper covering their door window. It's concerning that a parent should have to advocate towards this and have to explain it to an IEP team, principal, or teacher. How an SDC student may not be able to advocate for themselves versus a general education student on that topic. On this topic, we would like to see a district policy on classroom blinds, and that such blinds should be adjustable to promote unobstructed viewing for safety reasons as intended. We need unprompted visits to schools that are struggling and immediate support for them, including formal follow-up. Any school that has a dramatic decrease in enrollment of SDC students or an IEP student should be investigated, no matter how high the test scores are for general education. High test scores for general education are not a sole indicator of a thriving school. Some of the highest performing schools have low principal engagement, high rates of bullying, and are not inclusive environments for all of our students. We want the whole community to succeed and thrive. We want everybody to want our children to thrive, and we want our children to want to be in school again. When you start treating the disease and not just the symptoms, we will all start to make meaningful progress. Thank you all.
Thank you. There are no other speakers. I am now closing the public hearing. This is an action item.
I move to approve.
Moved by Trustee Bishop, seconded by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution of the Board of Education of the Chula Vista Elementary School District approving an increase in statutory school fees imposed on new residential and commercial industrial construction pursuant to Education Code Section 17620 and Government Code Section 65995. Mr. Esquivel.
Thank you, President Ugarte. In January of this year, the School Allocation Board increased the developer fees, both commercial and residential, that the district charges for new residential and commercial. And so at this point, we're asking for an increase in accordance with the school allocation. The residential fee is going up 16 cents from $2.11 per square foot to $2.27, and then the commercial fee is going up, I think, 3 cents from 34 cents to 37 cents per square foot. And if approved, the fee would be effective in 60 days.
Board questions or comments?
So this is something that already exists, and this is just us accepting the thing that already exists, correct?
Correct, just increasing the fees based on the costs of construction.
Right. Do we need to?
All right. I am now opening the public hearing. There are no speakers on this item. Seeing no speakers, I am now closing the public hearing. This is an action item.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Fernandez, seconded by Clerk Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Review the governor's May revise and forecast of district's economic standing and conduct a public hearing on the district's 24-25 proposed budget. Mr. Esquivel.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. Do we need to be mindful of the time? Do we need to expand
Well,
at this point, or
yeah, right.
I didn't know if it was on a, I didn't know if we were able to do it in the middle of a presentation or if it had to be between.
We gauged how long he would take, so.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're on.
All right. Thank you, President Ugarte. I'd like to present to you the estimated actuals for 23-24 and the 24-25 proposed budget for the public hearing. Just a quick update on the May revise recently released. The big item was the 1.07 cost of living adjustment. Compared to the governor's proposal in January, that was 0.76. And then again, compared to what was enacted in 23-24 last year, for the 24-25 proposal was 3.94. You see a decrease in that. The May revise also proposes withdrawal of the entire public school system with a rainy day fund of $8.4 billion to cover part of the deficit. You'll see that, and some reductions in facilities for kindergarten and transitional kindergarten facilities in 25-26, and elimination of some of the program funds in 25-26, excuse me, for the California State Preschool Program. And the last bullet on there is just the 10% reserve cap is still scheduled to be effective for 2024-25. This is a summary of or comparison of the second interim budget 23-24 to 23-24 estimated actuals, what we believe to be the final numbers for this current year. You'll see revenues, expenditures. You'll see the decrease or more expenditures and revenues. There's a decrease in that of about $3.7 million. The ending balance is likewise expected to therefore increase $3.7 million. You'll see the numbers below the ending balance, inventory, restricted funds, slight decrease. The committed funds, an increase of 1.9 million. That's primarily the site control carryover and LCFF site funds. And you'll see the reserve for economic uncertainties increased about $2 million, going from 6.96 to 7.52. The general fund is always made up of the two areas, unrestricted and restricted. You'll see the increase bolded there, about almost $2 million more expenditures than revenues for the current year after all the expenditures are projected. And you'll see the ending balance on the unrestricted fund, 71.6, unrestricted $73 million. And you'll see the items there on the restricted side at 38.9 million in committed funds, and on the restricted $73.2 million. And this will give you some detail on those two items there. The $38.9 million, you'll see these are funds that are committed, meaning set aside as of the unrestricted fund. You'll see the textbook adoption, the site control carryover we talked about, and then there's the $30.7 million for post-COVID services, staffing, school safety, technology, and adding deficit spending in the future years, as that will be needed to be offset. And the restricted funds total, again, these are some of the larger items, with the larger item being the one-time Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, the ELOP funds, and Arts Music Materials Block Grant Fund. That's one time. Arts Music is separate from that Arts Music in Schools and Prop 28. That's the ongoing funding. And so we saw the increase in the reserve for economic uncertainties. It just gives you a brief detail on the causes for that unrestricted revenue increase, expenditure decrease, and then the contribution increase primarily in special education and the unrestricted fund balance commitments. You'll see the revenues. The main change there is local revenues. That was caused by an increase in our projections for interest revenues of funds held, the general funds held at the county treasurer's office. The $700,000 is an increase in the contribution of the unrestricted fund to special education. And here you see the unrestricted expenditure changes, about $3.2 million. The primary cause of that is you'll see year-end positions that are vacant are now finalized and the costs are reduced. And also there's about a $1.9 million carryover of site funds into the following school year. And services and operating expenditures, we saw increase in psych services there. Capital outlay, we were not able to purchase some vehicles for replacement. That's going to be completed in the following year. So here's the 24-25 general fund proposed budget comparison to what our estimated actuals are. Again, revenues, expenditures, and you'll see the amount of the expenditure exceeding our revenues in that 24-25 year, going from 5.6 million to about 34 million. Again, this is general fund, unrestricted and restricted combined. So then you'll see the ending fund balance in the 24-25 year decrease down from 144 million to 110 million. And the items below are a summary of that. You'll see the restricted funds decreased, the committed funds down to $25 million. The reserve decreased from 23-24 by about $4.9 million. And that final line on the bottom, the reserve for economic uncertainties, going from 7.5 to 6.4. And this is a breakdown of the general fund unrestricted 24-25. So this breaks down the total from the previous page into unrestricted, restricted. Concentrating on that unrestricted side, you'll see the revenues, expenditures, and you'll see your unrestricted deficit now at $18.8 million. And the restricted at 15.5. And those will, on the restricted side, are revenue expense neutral. That'll clear out with the expenditures. And then looking down on the unrestricted side, you'll see the reserve for economic uncertainties at 26.9 million, down to 6.46%. And this is the 24-25 estimated committed funds. You'll still see the textbook adoption, and then you'll see the post-COVID amounts decreased down to about $18.7 million. So that's decreasing to offset some of the deficit spending. Then you'll see the restricted funds decrease there from the previous 73 million. And then the reserve for economic uncertainties decreased by $4.8 million. These are just some of the major areas. The beginning balance change from the unrestricted funds, revenues decrease, expenditure increase, and then that $9.9 million, that's primarily an increase of about $9.4 million increase in the contribution to the special education projected to occur in 2024-25. And then the unrestricted commitment, a decrease from the 23-24 year. And then just looking at the revenue and other financing changes, $2.8 million change, decrease in the unrestricted revenues. LCFF, that's primarily a change as the 3-year averaging process ends for our district. the ADA has decreased, and you'll see local revenues decrease there, primarily interest revenues, as we do not expect interest revenues to be as high next year. And the other financing uses, I talked about that briefly, primarily the $9.4 million in the increase in the special ed unrestricted contribution to special education. And unrestricted expenditure increase, the majority of this is mainly in salaries and benefits, as you'll see. The impact of the step and column increases, the 3% settlement cost there, books and supplies. You'll see changes in there as a result of the carryover coming in. They're now being, $1.9 million is being moved to some in salaries and benefits areas. So, and there's also, we did not have there was about $1.8 million in unrestricted adoptions that happened at the beginning of 23-24, that's not expected in 24-25. And then services and operating expenditures, the primary change there is we're seeing an increase in our insurance costs. There's one of the biggest drivers is property and liability increases, but also on the AB 218 sexual harassment cases that were opened up to prior years. We're seeing increases in the future insurance costs there. As those cases roll in, insurance companies are estimating that there'll be additional costs for insurance. And just some of the proposed multi-year items that are included in the 24-25 budget is that you'll see the 1.07 COLA in the 24-25 year, the 2.7% and 3.1 in the following 2 years. I just have an asterisk there because those are the numbers based on the January budget. The May revise is pretty close to that. It's within a 0.17 change for the 2 years, but we won't know those numbers finalized until next year at this time, because that's at this time next year is when the COLAs will be finalized for those years. And as you saw this year, last year there was a 3.94 proposed last year. When it was finally enacted, it was now 1.07. And you'll see the ADA, the numbers are now more flat from year to year because of that 3-year averaging is ending for us. And you'll see unduplicated pupil count. Good news there, you'll see that increase there for next couple of years. And then you'll see the estimated LCAP funds, and these are the ones that are generated from the supplemental and concentration grant fundings, which were a portion of what the LCAP funds you saw in the previous presentation made up. And just some assumptions you'll see here that we use step and column for salaries for certificated, 1.75 for classified, health and welfare increases, additional staffing for Sotomayor opening up in July, COVID relief funding ending in June of 2024, utilities cost, and again the reserve cap is still in effect even with the reduced revenues and the reserve rainy day fund being depleted. And then these are what you want to take a look at as far as will we be able to make our 3% minimum reserve, which is that red line down there at the bottom, compared to that, I think it's dark blue, that blue line. And you'll see that reduction from 24-25 and through 26-27. So in June, when you look at the budget and you make a decision to adopt the budget, at that point, this is what you want to make sure that we're still above that 3%. And again, this is just historical ADA. Never quite recovered from the 2020 year. In ADA, we saw a drop and then going into 24, 25, settling in that 21,100 ADA. And so this slide and the next slide is a requirement under Education Code that we explain to you the reasons that we have our reserve for economic uncertainties above that minimum 3% reserve. So we calculate the, if you recall the number, $26.9 million in reserve for economic uncertainties, and you subtract out the 3% reserve, which is $12.5 million, and you have $14.4 million over. So this education code asks to explain what the district is, why are you over $14.4 million? And so we say $300,000 is set aside for school gifts, because that's what we need to set aside for student services, and then the other part is set aside to offset textbook adoptions, student technology devices, but what we've added is also for deficit spending, because with that you're going to need that money in order to meet that 3% reserve at the end of that third year, which is on the unrestricted side. You'll still have the one-time monies on the restricted side, separate from this. And be glad to answer any questions.
Before we continue on with the open hearing and questions and comments, I'm motion to extend the meeting until 11 p.m.
Second. Oh, you don't need a second because you're the president.
No,
right?
that's
do we need-
different. Yeah, this is,
Okay.
we do.
So did you make the motion or you want the motion?
I made the motion.
I will second that motion.
Motion by the president, seconded by trustee Bishop. All those in favor?
Aye.
No.
Did you say no?
I said no.
4-1. Motion carries 4-1. Questions or comments for Mr. Esquivel's presentation of the May revise?
I have a couple of questions. Quick, I'll try to make them quick. In regards to some of the unrestricted expenditures, now, and your $6 million reserved for texts, is that books we're buying already?
No, those would be for future adoptions.
For future
And,
adoptions.
and also for you have a lot of consumables you're going to need just from the math
Built
adoption.
into that.
That's what we're budgeting for.
So, sorry, clarifying question on that. So are you saying that the $6 million exists in the budget, but it carries over year to year until we use it? Or is it a new $6 million every year?
No, it's one time set aside, so it doesn't add up to $18 million. So you have $6 million that you're setting aside in 24, 25. If you spend $6 million, you don't have the $6 million.
Okay, so it doesn't carry over. Or it carries, sorry, it carries over.
If you don't use
doesn't
it, then
get
it'll
added
will
in
carry
each
over,
year.
yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
It doesn't multiply.
Right, exactly. That's the question.
Next question. You mentioned insurance costs, and my antennae went up because it's not just the sexual harassment cases that we may have to pay. What happens with the buildings that we have with, I'm assuming the costs of insuring our buildings, where is that in this?
That's part of the insurance costs that we work with. We're part of the San Diego County Schools JPA, and then we're in a pool with many districts, and that's determined based on cost of insuring the properties. And so we get based on our individual properties, there's a fair value of those properties, and so there's a cost that the insurance company determines, could be based on fire, any kind of issue
My
with the
question
replacement.
was more related to how we've obviously seen an increase of what we have to contribute to the county. Is that how that works?
Yes, because one is the cost of insurance for insurers is increasing, and also then our assets are increasing. For example, we have the Maxwell project, Sotomayor, so as you add more assets, your insurance costs increase.
And the schools, in regards to the ADA numbers, are these just the non-dependent charter schools, these numbers? Or what?
Those are our public schools.
All our schools?
Public. Non-charter.
Non-charter, although we have dependent charters, but they're not included. Okay.
No charters.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, as always. Okay, so clarification, the reduction to the $500 million reduction to preschool, transitional kindergarten, and full-day kindergarten facilities program, that we're getting that reduction, but we don't have any change in the expectation of us implementing these programs. Is that correct?
Correct, yep.
Awesome. Okay, so my eyes were drawn to the books and supplies in the unrestricted. From 23-24, it says $2.8 million, and 24-25, $2.46 million approximately. Those. So, can you explain to me, because it looked like it was an unrestricted, but it was like set aside. Can you explain to me the process for that particular line item?
For that, what happens is many times at the school sites, they budget a lot of their funds in books and supplies, and then when they actually spend it, it becomes services, it becomes salaries and benefits. So there's one movement there on 1 year, and there's also in 23-24 there's a reduction because they're carrying over at the end of the year, and they're going to carry over some funds to the following year. In the 24-25 year, you're seeing some reductions also because there was a one-time expenditure at the beginning of 23-24 as part of the adoption. About $1.8 million was spent in July or August of 23 for part of the adoption that is not projected to be spent in 24-25.
I see. Okay, thank you for that. Can you, a question that came from some of the work around special ed contributions, do you know what percentage of our unrestricted or general funds go to supporting the SPED that's not covered? Because I know that we get about, 8% of it covered by the federal government, correct? Is that correct?
We wind up contributing about, that's a rough number, about 60% of the total cost. So we only get, the amount of funding from Fed, state, one-time dollars does not cover, only covers less than half of the special education costs.
Right, but originally when IDEA was passed, we were supposed to get 40% directly from Fed and then a large portion in additional to that, right?
That was the through IDEA that the funding would be increased, then passed through to the state for us, but that has not happened at the federal level.
Color me surprised. Based on this report, are our unduplicated numbers our percentages going up? I know in previous years we were concerned about dipping below that 55%. Are we in danger of that still, or it seemed like the numbers were going up.
Yeah, we, about a year and a half ago, we thought those were declining, and there were a concerted effort to review the participation forms at the school sites, and we increased those, and we're able to increase those as of December of 23.
So that was just a matter of collecting the correct data. Is that correct?
And the school sites were helping us, and they're diligent in getting more of those forms back. For example, I believe Wolf Canyon was not eligible for Title I.
Got it. But we have waivers for some of those schools, correct?
The waivers.
I don't know about Wolf Canyon in particular.
New schools, for example, we don't have any schools that are falling below that were at Title I or falling below.
I see. Okay. Thank you. And then just as a side note, I would love if I could get when we get those previous year or those projections, what I lovingly refer to as the Chicken Little graphs.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if there was a possibility that we could get some of these that include 3-year previous projection, like the actuals from the three previous years included into that projection, so we can see where we've been instead of just kind of where we are to the future. It doesn't have to be necessarily in the public thing, but I would like to kind of see them as we move forward.
So you'd want to see going backwards from 23, 24 back 3 years, and then taking that first year and looking at what the projections were at that time.
That would be very helpful, yeah, just to kind of see where we were and then what we ended up at each year.
Yeah, because I couldn't get you actuals for 2 years from now.
Right.
Yeah.
No, sorry, just compared to previous actuals
Yes.
versus,
Yeah,
yes.
so
That would be
21,
great
22 plus
information,
2,
I
or
think.
22, 23 plus 2.
Right.
And then what
So
the
just so we can see
actuals were versus projection.
where we are. I would love to be able to just kind of see those metrics.
Sure.
Thank you. And thank you so much for your report and answering all my questions.
Sure.
Any other board comments or questions?
Yeah, what is included in the estimated 10% increase in utility costs?
That's, utility costs is basically we look at prior years and more, we're looking at KW kilowatt rates, and we're looking at working with SDG&E what those rates are. Because remember, we had a solar program installation, so we've reduced our costs probably at least 50, 60%, but we're still, some of that's offset with the increase in kilowatt rates and then the time of use rates, depending on how they change the rates, peak, non-peak. And we also have,
So we should move to having school at 8 p.m. Is that what I'm hearing?
yeah, starting at 4 p.m. would work. And so that would work, and also we have other new school, so we have more usage. Sure.
I am now opening the public hearing. Are there any requests to speak on this matter? Seeing no one, I am now closing the public hearing. This is an action item.
Move to approve.
It's a public hearing, I believe.
Oh,
What? Sorry?
oh yes, it's just public.
It's just a public.
Okay.
Oh, all righty. Bless
All
you.
right, we're good. Administrative action items. Adopt the resolution of the Board of Education of the Chula Vista Elementary School District acting as the legislative body of Community Facilities District Number 10 of the Chula Vista Elementary School District, stating its intention to annex territory to Community Facilities District Number 10 and to levy special taxes within the annexation area and taking related actions. Mr. Esquivel.
Yes, the old Sears building is being developed into a 244-unit townhome complex. The developer seeks to annex into CFD 10 so that they can assess the Melrose fees on that 244 units instead of paying the developer fees. And so this would allow that to happen, and it's in fiscal benefit of the district to do that.
Board questions or comments?
Help me understand that. So that the interest for us is the fees that they'll pay us, but we don't, are we investing in that property?
No, we're not investing. The developer has a obligation to mitigate the impact of the housing on students, on our schools. You either pay developer fees, which is a one-time, we just saw another $2.27 per square foot, one time, or there is a CFD assessment in CFD number 10, which would garner probably 3 to 4 times the amount of the one-time fees.
Thank you.
Sure. It's over 20, the CFD fees would be over a 25-year period versus a one-time payment.
And are those costs absorbed by the homeowners or the
The
purchasers?
CFD fees are absorbed by the homeowners eventually.
Yes.
It's a Melrose.
I'm just asking, clarifying.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
I believe I'm in CFD 10.
Are you?
Any other questions or comments? This is an action item.
I move to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second?
Moved by trustee Bishop, seconded by trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Approve the renewal of the superintendent's contract. Mr. Romero.
Board President, Superintendent, and our governing board members. The Ed Code requires us to bring forward the superintendent contract annually to reflect transparency as it regards to salary for anyone under contract. So this is an annual thing that we do when we bring forward the superintendent contract. No articles in the contract have been changed or modified. The only thing that's been updated in the superintendent's contract is reflecting the increase on the salary schedule that all district employees received.
Any questions or comments from the board? This is an action item.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Clerk Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Bishop. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. We have no first or second readings of board policies or administrative regulations and board bylaws. This is a point in the agenda where the board can request reports, the report calendar to the Board of Education. Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, any request of reports?
Yes, behavioral issues. I know we've spoken before about CPI training for all our staff, and I'd like to see how that's coming along. Have all our staff received it? And I think most importantly, it shouldn't be for them to come on their own time. And it's for us to document our behavioral issues. We've gotten so many that, or maybe it's just amplified because we get calls from a few people.
Yeah, could we provide that to you on a Friday update?
I'd like, only if the class are classified and our Miss Angela and Miss Rosie, the CVE, would have access to it, because I think it's important.
Well, we can give a copy of the report to
All
them.
right, that's fine.
Yeah. Not the Friday update, just the report.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Is that all, Trustee Dominguez?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Bishop?
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Trustee Tamayo?
Yes. If we can get probably on the Friday update, follow up on the Jeffers issues that were brought up by the parents tonight. And that's it.
Thank you. Trustee Fernandez?
Nothing at this time. I appreciate the Friday update information. That we're making progress on an AI board policy. So, thank you.
Thank you. I've already asked for my report regarding safety. We are now at board communication. Members of the Board of Education can communicate to the public updates with their whereabouts and events. Trustee Dominguez?
All right, I had to
Cervantes?
correct my back. Yes. Well, number one, I wanted to thank all our executive board here for your wonderful work. We've been in contact more often, and it's just the products that you produce and the almost immediate response to some of these issues that our parents and our teachers bring, our classified staff. It's really very important because you are their only source, and I'm just a conduit. And if they don't feel they have the answers, they don't have the answers. You know, something has not clarified with. I wanted to thank you for that, for your hard work. Thank you. I wanted to also clarify a statement I made last month. After Trustee Bishop stated she couldn't pay her insurance premium, I offered to pay it. I have not, and I will not be doing so. I have received legal counsel and will not be doing so, but I do hope that Trustee Bishop was able to address her insurance premium issue. But moving on, I attended the Autism Acceptance Walk at Rogers Elementary, the Beauty and the Beast program at Feaster Elementary. You guys, if you didn't see it, you missed out. Amazing props, actors, singers, the choreography. I attended the SPED Parent Committee meeting with our SPED leadership. Thank you. And Matilda Play at Liberty. Our students are just over the moon, chock full of talent. It's been a lot of fun. The Chula Vista Chamber of Commerce First Friday Breakfast, hosted by the Mayor John McCann. Bart's Bash Festival at Liberty. I attended almost every year. I attended the Asian American, Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Month celebration at the Bonita Museum. If you haven't been, the Bonita Museum has several beautiful cultural dress displays. It's just amazing, the work, the workmanship there. The Naval Base San Diego with Captain Healy, quite the appropriate for Military Appreciation Month. CVSD's Teacher Induction Program, the DAC-DLAC meeting, the Convivio at Rice Elementary, amazing mariachi, youth from around the county. You guys missed out. Well, not all of you. Some of you were there. The Neighborhood Day at Lauterbach Park, the inaugural Blue Lapis Leadership Award Summit in Coronado. Congratulations, Dr. Reyes. And something else. I meet monthly with both of the classified and the certificated employees union leads, except for last month. Miss Angela just wanted to be off on holiday somewhere in Europe somewhere. But she did come back afterwards, and we met almost immediately, but we meet on a monthly basis. Thank you. But I do want to thank our classified employees this week and every day. I don't believe we adequately share our appreciation with them, and I also attended our afternoon event to appreciate them, show them a little bit of an appreciation. I wanted to take this time to thank them, and I wanted to make sure that they understood that if they're not listening now, that I'm hoping our Miss Angela would tell them that I'm always fighting for them to outprice match McDonald's. That's always been my line. And so I'm always looking for that, and I just know that somewhere someone's going to dig up a pot of gold for us to be able to do that. Chula Vista educators, certificated employees. I want to thank our incredible teachers for their dedication, working long hours. I know it doesn't end there. I personally know some teachers who take their work home evenings, and I know some people who don't go home till, I guess they just go home to say hi to the family and then return. It's a balancing act. And they have families who are often at the short end of the stick. Why? They want to provide their students with the best opportunities possible. And I want to thank you and please share with them how much I appreciate them. I am working. I look for opportunities, as our superintendent can attest. I'm always looking to see what other resources we can get you. More support. I do want to ask that, I know I was sent these pictures about this wonderful event the teachers had, where it was sponsored by our trustee colleagues here, Tamayo. Thank you for doing that. And Trustee Fernandez and Trustee President Ugarte. Please let me know. I would love to help sponsor that. I always look for opportunities to thank them. And if it's just to, I can pitch in. If they sponsored, I would love to do that. I want them to know that I know that they are a critical piece of helping our students be successful. And without them, without our classified, it's not going to happen. So please share that with them. And I did want to share something that might come off odd here in the beginning, but it'll make sense. Back in December, I told Dr. Reyes in the middle of the negotiations, but this is not negotiations, but I told Dr. Reyes, don't say anything yet, just listen out. I told him, I'm hoping that you and the cabinet do not take a raise. I'll clarify. I'm hoping, if we can't give our classified more, I'm trying to find out how to support our staff. I don't regret at all for 1 second that you deserve that and more. So I don't. And so I'm hoping that somewhere we can also find ways to provide them the support. This turnstile of our classified and our certificated staff leaving, there's a hiccup there, and I know someone's got the answer, and I know that we can do better. And I know that my colleagues are dedicated to helping that happen. And somehow we have to come up with a way to keep our staff and keep them healthy. And so I'm also very concerned with all the behavioral issues that have been occurring, the impact it's having on our staff, and how it is that we can also support them. I don't know how that can happen, but sharing this out loud, I'm sure that triggers something to occur so that we provide them the support, especially towards the end of the school year after testing. It's time. So I just want to thank everyone and know that I am to support you, because like you, the students are first, but it can't happen if you're broken. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just do a quick list. El Convivio, it was an amazing event. Thank you so much. Autism Acceptance Walk, the inaugural of that was incredible. I also attended the Math 24 competition, which was a great event again this year. DAC DLAC, got to go a couple times. Teacher induction, it was great to celebrate our teachers as well as our master teacher appreciation that we did as well. The Zen Den is beautiful. Thank you so much to all who worked on it. I was excited to go to the USS Princeton tour, the 32nd Street with Captain Healy as well. The Biliteracy Awards, it was so awesome to celebrate the work that we were doing. I was also able to go to the Philamida, Filipino American Educators Appreciation event to kind of represent our district and see the work that a lot of our Filipino educators have done this year. As always, May is classified and teacher appreciation. It's appreciation for all of our staff. And I just want to say thank you for the work that you've done this year. It has been a rough year, and nobody thinks that this was a cakewalk. And thank you for sticking by us, and thank you for all the work that you do on behalf of our students. I just got back this last weekend from CSBA Delegate Assembly, and just in case anybody's interested, I brought back some information. This is about AB 1315, about documentation. You guys might be interested in this. It's addressing the amount of documentation that districts need to do. Each of these little things is a different report that has to be done each year. And so, yes, we have to do so much work, and we're trying to address that to try and simplify some of that. There is a policy platform. I'm on the full and fair funding, secure fair funding policy platform committee. And so all of that is in here as well. If you'd like to take a look, anybody, I'll leave these behind in case anyone's interested in that. I'm also proud to announce that I just was elected the president of the San Diego County School Boards Association. So I'm really honored to serve in that way on behalf of our students and all the other students in our county, and to try and push things at the state and federal level to get better outcomes and more money. So thank you so much to all of you who have to stick around. I appreciate you all.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
There's a motion to adjourn the meeting, motion by trustee Fernandez, I believe, and seconded by trustee